this thing's going to work for you. I know the golfing's great up there, but here's the thing. Cal misses you, dude. Totally. I don't know if Jay Jacobs misses you. He said he was praying for you last time I talked to you. Hey, I got to go, bro. Hey, just keep golfing. Hey, guys. What up? It's me, JG Tate, publisher, auburnsports.com. You may also know me as the Commodore, publisher, writer, other things like that. Yeah, it's another Saturday night, isn't it? We've already got some absolute legends in the chat. Several, including some super chatters, i.e. Pocket Watch, Canoe Man, and Chip Chip, who's the man behind these outstanding glasses that we have here. It says the Brain Drain Commodore, the Auburn Sports, upside down though, auburnsports.com logo right there, made by Chip Chip, our man in Mobile, and he has made a bunch of those for the season. However, one person gets a very special one. That would be Alpha Tiger. And Alpha Tiger, administrative assistant, he's not listening. He's never on the show in the early part of the show. I'll mention this later, but his glass was sent out today with a certificate of authenticity signed by Chip Chip and a $1 Susan B. Anthony. What an absolute legend. Pocket Watch says you didn't do Jake Jacobs' voice. And it was me talking. It was me talking to Tony, but I was doing the, hey, brother, I've been praying for you. I hope Jordan Granger's an All-American because we're going to need a lot of prayers for that. I love Jordan. I wouldn't make fun of him at all. Let's see. Bego says finally made alive. Man, I'm fired up about that. Glad to have you, bro. And another one of our absolute legends, War Eagle 0008, is in the house with a super chat. Says, Jay, let's drink alcohol. What, amigo? AU Taxman says, didn't expect this tonight. What? What? You should have expected it tonight, but I'm going to give you a triangle anyway because you're an oh, I forgot to turn that up. I'm going to give you a triangle anyway because you're an absolute gem. Too loud. I get it. My bad. All right. Guys, what a week. We finally got some camp going. We are going to talk about that a little bit tonight. We also, since our last show, had a new football commit. Well, actually, had two. Caden Story, defensive end from Lynette. Kobe from Fairfield, Alabama, outside of Birmingham. He is going to be a defensive back. Caden Story is a defensive end. Two 4-star guys. So Auburn's recruiting is, taking a step forward, half a step forward, I guess. I think there's going to be plenty of good things going on with Auburn recruiting in the future. But right now, I think things will slow down a little bit. I do think it's going to be potentially a big month, at least the next 30 days, for BP and the guys. Trey Donaldson, point guard from Tallahassee, also plays safety, and the football team would like him as well. I think he's actually more highly rated as a football player, but he's a guy to take a look at. And Zion Cruz, out of the northeast portion of our country, is taking a very strong look at Auburn, along with North Carolina and a couple other schools. So there's some big stuff going on in the world of Auburn basketball recruiting, and football slows down a little bit this time of year just because they're coaching and all that's going on. We got a super chat coming through from Bego 1982, my man. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. No message offered, no message needed. You're just appreciated. Let's see. Chip Chip says, I left you enough space on each one for you to write a little comment too. Dang, I should have thought about that before I sent off Alpha Tigers today. I did notice that, so I will do that. It will be my pledge to you, Chip Chip, to come through and follow through on what you started here with these awesome things. Apparently, Chip Chip gave himself the 000 Swoogan glass, as you should. You're the man behind the scenes here. So we're going to talk about some recruiting probably tonight. We are definitely going to take our first stab at a defensive depth chart. Christian, our main man, Christian C., you may know him as Christian Clemente or the Assassin, says Trey Donaldson is rated higher in football, but Trey's basketball rating should go up like crazy soon. Christian would know that because Christian knows things like that. He's like a Lannister. He drinks and he knows things, although he doesn't drink very much. Bego says, just appreciate the show. I appreciate you, Bego. Thank you for supporting me and the show. War Eagle 0008 says, what's the deal with Zion Cruz? The deal is he really wanted North Carolina offer. And the Tar Heels weren't feeling it for a while, I guess. And Auburn was hot and heavy with him all along. And then North Carolina kind of came along and made an offer. And I think at this point, he's just kind of, taking a look around and seeing what he does. Remember, in basketball, a lot different than football, the kids that commit in basketball very, very rarely break commitments. Football sometimes is commit and decommit and blah, blah, blah. Basketball, it generally doesn't work that way. It's happened before, but it's very rare. So when these kids commit, you can usually take that one. You can put that one in the book. So just making sure. We also have a super chat coming through from Tigerman1143. Thank you, bud. Saturday brain drains are the best brain drains. Thanks, JGT. Thank you, bro. That will be the only brain drain we're going to do. I mentioned earlier we are going to take a stab at a defensive depth chart, though, which was not easy to do because the A-Day game was kind of, it was kind of mixed and couldn't tell what they were actually trying to do. I think they were just playing dudes, honestly, not trying to show anything. The information that we've gotten from inside the complex is, and Hornatius, I'm going to get to in just a second. I wanted to finish this thought. They're being very multiple, and a lot of on the offensive line and at wideout, you hear a lot of people talking about cross training. We're going to cross train these guys and try to figure out our best group. You don't normally hear that on the defensive side of the ball, but we are hearing that more now, that they're cross training guys because they like to shape shift a lot. Derek Mason kind of came of age as a defensive coordinator at Stanford, where he really blew up and became a big name by using multiple fronts, but he likes a 3-4. He is not fully committed to a 3-4 in the sense that he will use 4-3. And in fact, when we were talking to Colby Wooden earlier today, he was talking about what position you play, and he was like, well, it just depends on what we're doing. He's more of a 3-tech, 4-tech when they're running 3-4. And then when they're running kind of a 4-3, he plays that 3 technique inside guys. So there's some portability there. Putting together a depth chart on the defensive side of the ball is a dicey proposition because they're so multiple and they're cross-training guys here, there, and everywhere. But we're going to take a stab at it. I came up with it. B-Matt was helping us with it. Also, Christian took a look. And I don't know if Stoltz was giving us a lot of input on that one. He was working on something else. But we're going to take a shot at that. Also, super chat coming through from one of our absolute studs. Love the Cats. You may know him better as Hornatius or Hornacius, as our friend Jeffrey Lee would call them. He says 1 a.m. beaches. He's hoping that I go to 1 a.m. tonight. It's currently 7:15 in my time zone. That is a long, long time from now. Also, there's been some talk in headquarters here at Brain Drain headquarters that we may add an intern to the show who could help us with some social media stuff. He is doing something else right now. He's on secret assignment. But later in the show, we may have our intern show up and do some stuff for us. And we're going to make him, we're going to have fun with him. I even have like an intern cam for you guys to make fun of him when you see him doing things that you would like for him not to do or do. So let me get this thing started. I saw William Taylor's already asked me about Tyrone Truesdell. We'll take a look at that a little bit later. Let me move on to our bourbon pain, which is what we're going to be doing tonight. We're going to be drinking here at headquarters, the Bardstown Bourbon Prisoner. And my bottle, I'm not trying to lamp here, guys, and my bottle looks a little bit different because when we went to the distillery, we went and toured Bardstown Bourbon Company in May, which is located in Bardstown, Kentucky. That's right. Good answer. Good answer. Right across the highway from Lux Row. It's a beautiful place. It's huge. It's very modern looking. Their bar blows my mind. I bet they have, I'm estimating here, 300 different bourbons there. Anyway, in their shop on the day that I went, they offer distillery collection bourbons at times. And the day I went, they had the Prisoner, Bardstown Bourbon Company Prisoner distillery collection version. So you can see that right there. That is, this is one you very rarely see this out in the wild. You can only get this at the distillery. And so this is bottle 191 of a 200 bottle run. I bought 2 of them. I gave one. Well, I didn't go. I gave one. I sold one, I guess. let me just say, I bought one by proxy for my neighbors, and they have one unopened. So if there ever, is a huge run on these, we'll sell theirs and figure it out later. But anyway, this bottle 191. I think they have 190, and this is 51.94 proof. So this bottle is 103.8. I'm sorry, it's 51.94% alcohol, means 103.88 proof. So I just wanted to, Canoe Man seems shocked that the Bardstown Bourbon Company prisoner would be from Bardstown. Now then, War Eagle 0008 says, can't hide money. Dude, I'm still living off the money I made from the allocation in November. So there you go. Canoe Man, who has been to Bardstown Bourbon Company, says it's the most expansive bourbon bar in the world. I mean, I don't know if that's true, but it's a massive, massive bad boy. And they had all kinds of cool stuff. Super chat coming through from one of our studs, Fat Crack. I played Warzone with you not too long ago, in the last week or so. Enjoyed that, bro. Says, JGT, my man. Hope all is good with you and the fam. Many blessings to you guys. Word Amigo. Appreciate you, Fat Crack. Same to you, man. Hope to see you soon. Leif B, our main man. From he's a Rebel Grover by trade, but we love Leif. Leif is a big bourbon enthusiast and works in the bourbon field. Says, I was working at Bardstown Bourbon this week. It's a really sleek place. Felt weird there, though. Yeah, if you go around to different distilleries and stuff, a lot of times they're pretty old school. And Bardstown Bourbon Company is very new school. They have like a big cafe there you can eat at. They've got like, I don't know, Leif, you might describe it better than I would, or those of you who have been there, Canoe Man as well. They have like ferns or something growing on the walls. Like it's very organic-y, I guess. And when we went to, we did what we called the thieving tour. So we kind of went into a couple warehouses, and he would literally stick like a little straw, if you want to call it that, into a barrel. He would kind of cap the top of it, pull it out, and then let it go into a cup, and you would just drink it like that. I mean, it sounds really kind of exotic. It's not really, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. It was about an hour long, and he gave a lot of background on the difference between rye and a bourbon versus a whiskey, and the barrel finish. Like in this case, this is finished 18 months in a wine barrel, and a prisoner wine is a type of wine from California. So they take a 9-year, I think in this case it is Dickel. AU Texan may disagree with me on that, and I would certainly defer to him on that, but I think it's Dickel juice put into a prisoner wine barrel for 18 months and then let it rip. So anyway, my man Richard W., also known as SR71 Blackbird. Love you, bro. Awesome poster on the bunker. I just need something good enough to get me white girl wasted. Wow. Isn't that special? Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and fire up my first sip of this. I don't want to drink all this tonight, as you would expect. So my backup is going to be the old Bardstown, which I think is, I don't think you can get this in Alabama, not this version. This is the bottled and bond version, so that means it's 100 proof. I think this is, your taxman could disagree with me on this. I think this is it's certainly one of the best values in bourbon. This is probably going to cost you anywhere from $19 to $22. And I think it's delicious. It's made by Willet. It's a Willet product. I don't know what age is on it. Oh, it's 4 years, of course. It's bottled and bond. So I think it's really good for what it is. Evan Williams Single Barrel is also down in that range, which is a delicious bourbon. And, of course, Eagle Rare is insane for the value. If you can find it at retail for $33 or whatever, I happen to think Eagle Rare's incredibly delicious. Let's see, Late B says, was told after they finish the rick houses on site, they have to buy more property, which is 5 years ago. No, 10 years ago, that would have been a real problem, right? But it seems like a lot of folks are doing that now. As I understand it, Bullet Bourbon, which is a Stitzel-Weller product, but you guys all know Bullet or Bullet, however you want to call it. They now have a big production facility out in Shelbyville, Kentucky, which is about, 30 miles down the highway from Louisville, or maybe 20 miles outside of the Gene Snyder, and then they're doing all their shit there. So I guess that's something that Bardstown Bourbon Company will do, and there's certainly plenty of room there in and around Bardstown, Nelson County, Kentucky, where you can kind of spread out a little bit. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've had some of this. It's not my favorite. I am not a wine guy, and this has a very strong wine feel to it. If you guys are into that, I would strongly consider trying to get a bottle of this. Probably not the distillery collection because I don't think it would be worth the extra money you'd have to pay to get it. Again, retail is $140. I think for those of you who are not in Alabama, I think you'd have a decent shot of finding this every now and then. And they also have a Pfeiffer Pavit. It looks like Pfeiffer Pavit, but Pavit, it's similar. I think it has the Pfeiffer Pavit, I think, has more of a bourbon taste and feel to it. So to me, it's a better choice than this. This is very winey to me. Anyway, so that's what we're going to do today. That's what I'm going to be drinking today. Here we are back home on our main page here. I mean, it's good. It's just whiny. Those of you who have had Prisoner wine, which I have not, but if you did, I bet you'd be fired up to put your mouth on this bad boy. Rob says this is great pooping entertainment. I mean, I'll tell you what, buddy, that's big, man. I like to hear that. War Eagle 0008 says, dang, man, hate to hear it's no bueno. I mean, I'm just saying, for me, I'm not a big wine enthusiast. My wife loves this bourbon. And my friends across the street, Cousin Bex, they like it too. And my man Justin Owens, if you guys know him, he's the man who runs the show up at the Tipping Point, a big bourbon guy. And he absolutely loves this, man. He couldn't drink for like 3 or 4 months after he had surgery. And that 3 or 4 month period ended last week, and he asked me for some of this. So he absolutely loved it. Canoe Man says, stop whining about the wine. I'm going to tell you something, buddy. You watch it. I don't like this. All right, I'm trying to figure out why our chat box is not populating. Hopefully it will at some point here soon. That would be lovely. Late B says, I was also told by a master distiller here in Owensboro that their new lines are going to be delayed more and because of a bottle shortage. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that before. Yikes. Ay, ay, ay. Seems like it's always something, you know what I mean? Ay, 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 ay. All right, taking a look at that chat box, yo. Populated last week, but not this week. I did work on Sunday. We had problems with our... There we go. Perfect. Tiger Man says refresh stream elements. That's going to work. That's going to get it done right there. We did work on Sunday. Administrative assistant and I troubleshot the Skype issue. Got it straight. Everything was Gucci. So we're good now. We'll be able to take calls when time comes. And I also found a way to mute that damn... remember how loud it would be when people would call in? I found a way to mute that. The only problem is I can't hear the phone ringing, but I'll try to check it out when it's up there in the pane. We got Spread Attack U18 in the house. Oh man. Got you, yo. SR71 Blackbird says as long as the phone works, that's all that matters. Yo, man, as far as that name goes, have you been in a Blackbird? Are you one of those people? I'm curious. Okay, what are some other things we need to talk about? I got the headlines pane here we could talk about a little bit. I do want to tease very quickly, and we're going to lose our chat thing here, but we'll get it back. The intern cam, if he comes in here and we start interning, that is a live shot of our intern seat. It's over here in the corner, aside from me. And we will mock him gently. You know, we'll be nice because we always are. Brighter Redneck Idea says, what up, JG? Hey, man. What up? You did a great job last week. Enjoyed having you in the chat last week. Glad to see you back again. Okay. What do we want to do? Do we want to jump into the defensive depth chart right now? I mean, I hate that. That's like the featured attraction to the show today, I would say. But, yeah, why don't we do that? Hell with it. I mean, we'll just jump in. Now, a couple things I want to say. Oh, look at that. Super chat coming through from one of our absolute Hall of Famers. You may know him as Kyle W. on the chat, but in the real life, you know him as Crocodile. It says, Platinum Board represent. Can we turn the Skype volume to 11 this week? Well, why don't you just make 10 louder? These go to 11. Appreciate you, Crocodile. What a legend. We're going to put you up here, bro. Thank you for jumping in, man. Oh yeah, I can also. I guess I can address this. I've actually got a couple messages out on Tyrone Truesdell. I think Jake Crane, I think, was saying that he'd been hearing that some stuff's going on with Tyrone Truesdell, and I think he was at practice the other day. But you know, we only were there for a little bit. I can't give you a strong answer on exactly what's going on there. This staff, and I'm not being critical, they like to keep they're a lot tighter than previous staffs have been about just kind of keeping information out of the press. And that makes sense. And so they make it's harder to get information like that, I guess. And again, all of us are still kind of getting to know this staff and getting to know these guys and trying to engender some trust. And also this time of year, I mean, they're doing 2-a-days. They're coaching 2-a-days. They're having meetings. I mean, it's a really frenetic period of the year for these guys. So sometimes getting information is slow. So I don't have a lot to add on Tyrone Truesdell. In fact, you're going to see his name on the depth chart because I have no reason to take him off at this point. Let's see. Blackbird was saying he doesn't work on a Blackbird. My uncle worked on them and brought me around one when I was a wee little lad. Always been my favorite plane. Of course it would be. What an absolute beast of a plane, man. It moves fast through the air, I would say is one way we could put it. Let's see. Wargles0028 says at some point I would love an ADAG update. I mean, he's still doing his thing, man. You know, when I said on the show a couple weeks ago that I think he's toast, I didn't mean like that day. I just meant like I just didn't think he was going to make it to the end of the year. Whether I don't necessarily think he's like going to get fired. I just think you get to a point where it's like General Burgess is here. Some coaches are answering to him and not me, and it's just weird, and I'm just going to go, you know, wherever. But you can't just go. I mean, there's got to be a spot, and yeah, anyway. Canoe Man says, let's all smash the like button. Thank you in advance. Let's get some likes on this bad boy. I appreciate you. And if you give me a thumbs down, Canoe Man's going to come to your house and leave a bag of trash at your door. No, I'm not putting you to that, Canoe Man. Stereotypical Auburn fan says August 19th is shaping up to be a massive recruiting day. Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that because we had just set up the Birmingham Bunker Lunch for the 19th. And Christian and I were talking a couple days ago about we might want to go down to Tallahassee on the 19th because I think Trey Donaldson is probably worth an in-person. If he's going to commit to Auburn, which I think he is, he would be worth an in. Who gave me a thumbs down? Okay, Canoe Man. We're taking names. I think it might have been Crocosile, but I'm not sure. So, yeah, August 19th. And there's someone else committing on that day, too. The name slits me. I think it's a football guy. Yeah, because Austin was tweeting about it. Yeah, so that could be a huge day. And, of course, the Birmingham Bunker Lunch is another one. But Bubby's not going to be there, which bums me out. Bubby, if you guys, she posts on the board as, it looks like Bubble. BUB1E. But Bubby, I think, has got the COVID. So I think she's going to be in quarantine for a little while. AU Taxman says, I can't believe Hornatius finally run off Jay Lee. I said, wow. Maybe you know something I don't know. Love the Cat says thumbs down. Better not have been you, bro. Because I kind of know where you live. I'll find you. There's not that many treeps out there. Amari Kelly. Yes, Amari Kelly was exactly what I was thinking of. And a Christian adds that Zion Cruz is also shooting for that day as well. Yay. It's going to be that is a big one. Zion Cruz, I'm not sure how to feel about Zion Cruz right now, though. That's the thing. I mean, he's a great player. But, you know, we have to see if he's leaning Auburn or not. I mean, he was at one time for a period of time. And it's not like they've slowed down on him, but we got to get a better feel for where he is. He is a tricky one to get a hold of. Brighter Redneck Ideas says, what are you hearing about the wideouts? There's just not enough data yet for me to tell you how things are going right now. Yeah, I agree that in the video, which was only like 10 minutes or whatever, the video that we had or the first day I was watching, It was pretty rusty out there. There were some drops, absolutely, on some screens, stuff that you weren't necessarily expecting. I thought some of the throws were crappy, but come on, man. It's the first day, and, I mean, they've got, 24 practices left, and they're going to tighten up. So I don't read too much into it, but I just don't think there's enough data yet for me to say, the J.J. Evans has made a step up, or Xavion Gapers is moving up. I mean, it would just be too speculative, and I don't have any reliable intel on that yet. Honestly, if my main man Korn was here right now, I don't even know he would be able to tell you that. I figured Jay Lee was going to come up a little bit on the show. I think this happened on Sunday, so it would have been after our show last week. Canoe Man said Jay Lee was fired, right? Let's see. Big Sipper is doing what his namesake would suggest. He says, JG sipping on some Maker's Mark tonight. How are Vandy and Tennessee ahead of us in recruiting? Great question. Let's just give it a little bit of time. Auburn started slowly. Big shift in culture, a big shift in staff, direction of the program, how things are going, what the coaches are like. And they weren't able to visit until June. I just think they're behind the 8 ball. I don't think this is going to be a great class for them, but I don't see any reason why they can't have a really good class in 22. So I think Auburn will end up ahead of Tennessee. Well, I can't speak to Tennessee specifically, but you think they'd be significantly better than Vanderbilt by the time we get to December. But right now, probably not, just because they're behind. They don't have a lot of commits, and, just give it a little time. Super chat coming in from Ryan S., my main man, he says, for Jay Lee's severance package. Hey, now. Let's give that a laugh. Jay Lee would get a kick out of that. That's R.M. Schuler. You may know him from the bunker. And you also may know him if you're one of the Huntsvillians, because he's run up that way. At some point, I will have to go into a soliloquy about Jeffrey Lee, but we have all night, and I think that Hornatius will probably prefer that I do that a little bit later when I've had more to drink, right? Although my answers wouldn't be any different. Let's see. AU Taxman says is that Buffalo Trace? Experimental is a sorghum and pea mash spill. I don't know how I feel about that. Chip says Jay Lee probably slipped his severance package into JGT's DMs. Hey now. Severance package. I love it. I didn't fire him, guys. Jeez. I would not fire Jay Lee. Jay Lee's my buddy. Told you guys that for years. One of my really good friends, man. I'm a weird dude. You guys know that. I'm a strange person, and there's probably a handful of people I've ever met in my life that kind of understand me, and when I say things that are weird, they get it, and they say weird things, and I get it, and Jay Lee's one of those people. He's a great human being. You guys don't know. I mean, for you guys, he's just kind of a personality behind the handle. He's Jay Lee. He's the guy at Auburn Sports and now the guy at Auburn Live, but I mean, he's come a long, long, long way, man. In the years that I've known him, in the 15 years I've known him, he's really tried to be a better man and a better parent, and he has succeeded. And he's a real success story. He's an absolute winner, big time, and I'm super proud of him. I've told him that I love him. Told him that too many times lately and before. So yeah, that's kind of the long and short of it. My main man right here, Hornatius says, Minor sucks, Jeffrey Lee doesn't. Of course, Love the Cats is he's from Pleasant Grove. I have heard you in a situation where you could have really defended Pleasant Grove and you didn't, but that's cool, whatever. Robbie Presley says, you're done, son. Goose Flat Waterfowler says, JGT, which freshman do you think will get significant playing time this year? Good question. Well, there's a couple of them on this defensive depth chart that we could talk about. I think Lee Hunter's going to play. He can play nose. He can play 3-tech. I like him better as a nose, I think, and I think they do too. Young man on a Mobile. He was here in the spring, so he's got kind of a head start as far as that goes. So I think you'll see him, and I also think you're going to see Jarquez Hunter, the tailback from Philadelphia, Mississippi. I think you're going to see him. So Those are two that jump out. Let's go ahead and take a stab at this defensive depth chart. But I do want to say, okay, it's a very difficult depth chart to do, and you're going to be a little bit weirded out because there's 12 positions. And you say, hey, JG, I thought they could only have 11. Is it COVID? No. I'm telling you, this defense is so shape-shifty that they're going to switch from 4-3 to 3-4 in this. They're going to do it a lot, I think. I don't think they're going to set. I think they're going to say that their base is 3-4, but they're going to be in 4-3 a lot. And it's hard to kind of say, okay, here this guy's playing nose. He doesn't play 3-tech. He does play 3-tech. It would just be confusing. So you're just going to have to deal with the fact that there's 12 positions, okay? And understand that particularly at this edge position, you've got different kinds of edge players. You've got big dudes like Derek Hall, Leota. These are like 250, 260-pound guys that just crush people. And technically playing edge, you've got somebody like TD. You've got somebody like Cam Riley, who are not big dudes like that. So you kind of have to think outside the box a little bit. But with that said, they have not released the depth chart. This is just what your staff at auburnsports.com sees as a possible depth chart. You guys ready? Here we go. All right, again, 12 spots, and they'll never play 12 at the same time. But particularly on the left side of this page here, when you see edge DE and edge LB, they technically play the same position. But like, for instance, TD Moultrie, who I think is going to actually be good this year, seriously. I mean, he doesn't play defensive end at this point. He plays outside linebacker. I mean, if you asked him what he played, he'd say, I play outside linebacker. So I'm going to make the distinction between a defensive end edge and a linebacker edge. I don't know if Auburn officially will do that. But, I mean, it's weird for me to, like, sit there and say, yeah, we'll put Cam Riley in front of Echo Leota. I mean, those two guys serve completely different purposes. And they would never – I mean, Cam Riley's not fighting Echo Leota for playing time. That's not how it works. So, like, when you're playing – like, I think if they started tomorrow and they were playing a three-man front, I think it would be Derek Hall. I think he's going to play a lot this year. I think it'd be Truesdell, assuming he's here and everything's good. And then you'd have Colby Wooden on the other defensive end spot. So I think that's what you'd be looking at. Zeke Walker plays inside a lot. I don't think he's a traditional nose, so I think you'll see him more when they're going 4-3, but I love him. J.J. Pegues, again, he can play some nose. I don't think that's where they would like to see him. I think he's more of a 3-tech guy, and if you watched in the A-Day game, I don't pay attention to the rotations, but I did pay attention to where they were playing, and Pegues was playing that 3-tech spot. So let's go with him there, and Dre Butler there as well. Dre had a tough year last year. He was beset. He had COVID in the summer, and it just took him a long time to get going again. And by the time he did, it was just behind, you know. It was into the season. So you see, you're looking for freshmen on here. There's not a lot. I mean, Dylan Brooks, as I've got him listed down a little bit at the edge LB. I don't know if he'll play this year. I mean, if you're the third edge LB, that really means you're probably the fifth or sixth guy there, and I don't know. Lee Hunter, I think he's higher because I'm skeptical of Tony Fair at this point. And it really makes you wonder a little bit if there is something going on with Ty Truesdell, like, then what? Like, because then you're looking at Tony Fair to be your starting nose, and I just don't know, man. I don't know if I trust him. I know he can play. He played at a high level at UAB last year, but he gained a lot of weight, and I know he's losing some, but he'd have to lose a lot to get to where I think he would need to be. He's probably a good 340 when we saw him maybe 6 weeks ago. So it's a little bit shaky for me to kind of figure out what they're doing at linebacker. I mean, I feel comfortable saying that Moultrie and Cam Riley are over there, and then Dylan Brooks is kind of a hybrid. He can do both. The other side is a little bit tricky to me, too. I mean, Chandler can play outside. He was a money backer in Kevin's scheme. You know, I'd be interested to see exactly where he is aligned. He's more of an outside than these other guys, than Papo and McLean. And then Joko Willis comes in from JUCO, and he's definitely an outside linebacker. So we'll just see what happens there. And also the situation at cornerback. Auburn has a ridiculous amount of talent there. I think Dre'Shun Miller coming in from West Virginia, I mean, I think he's going to start. And I think Roger McCreary is going to start. I think those two are probably two of the 5 or 6 best cornerbacks in the entire league. And that means to me that Jalen Simpson would technically be a backup, but I think of him as like the third starter. Like, I think they rotate those three guys, and those cornerback spots are interchangeable. So I think really it's kind of a three-man rotation with Ro Torrance and Nehemiah Pritchett kind of slide in there too. You've also got a nickel spot. If I had to guess, I would think that Knighton would be the top. I think he's running first team with nickel, and that's yet another spot that you would have on this. We'd go up to 13. If they play 13 guys, Auburn would lose every game. But I think Knighton would be there, and I think potentially Tennyson or Pritchett could play that spot comfortably as well. I told you guys last week that I feel very strongly about Kaufman. He's been balling out as best we've heard so far, so I would expect him to be at one of the safety slots, and, of course, Smoke Monday as well. So you got to feel good about that defensive backfield. I think those guys are talented. I think they're experienced. And Auburn has a lot of depth back there, a lot of dudes. T-Roy Tiger says, what's the nickel lineup? I mean, it's just too – that's getting too far in the weeds for me right now. I need like a week of camp to try to figure that out. I mean, they're not even wearing helmets yet. But for me, Knighton, Tennyson, and Pritchett would be the three that I would look at for nickel the most. And then when you do that, you would sacrifice – I would imagine you would probably drop Moultrie out. Well, Moultrie would be out. Well, depending on the situation. Or Wooten. So anyway, AU Tiger blogging in the house is War Eagle from Enterprise, Alabama. Love Enterprise. Don't love playing the soccer teams down there, though. My daughter actually sustained a forearm fracture playing those girls down there. Pretty rough. Hayden Harris in the house. What up, bro? Appreciate you being back with us today. Blackbird says, will the linebackers and DBs be the strength of the defense for us? Absolutely. I love the depth they have up front. If you look, I mean, let's go left to right. I mean, Derek Hall's a really good player. Echo Leota, I think, is going to be a really good player. He was good at Northwestern. Romello Height, I still don't know what they have there, but I like him. I love Zeke Walker. He was a little undersized last year. He's not now. J.J. Pegues is kind of choose your own adventure on that one. I happen to think the kid's an absolute beast. We know he's a crazy athlete. The knock on him coming out of Oxford was that he probably should be playing defense, but in his mind, mentally, he wanted to play offense. And he's kind of a stubborn person, so it was like, are you ever going to be able to change his mind and have him buy in? But it seems like he has bought in. I just don't know if he can make that adjustment that quickly. He did go defensive line in the spring, as we mentioned earlier in the show. I just need to see what I can see there first. You know what I mean? We got to see him play first. Dre Butler, we talked about him earlier. Again, inside guy for sure. Jeremiah Wright's out with a torn knee ligament, excuse me. Ty Truesdale would definitely be a frontline guy if he's good. Tony Fair, again, showed up heavy. Promised us he'll be down to his playing weight ASAFP, but we'll see. And Lee Hunter is a freshman out of, I believe he went to Blunt, walking in the shoes of DeMarco McNeil and other great players from Blunt in the past. He's a third team. I've got him as a third team, but he's a good player, absolutely. Marquise Burks, who came in with Dre Butler from junior college last year, played, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 snaps a game, is also in play there. And then Wooden, everybody loves Colby Wooden. He's a Brian Matthews first team All-American. Caleb Johnson, who I thought was coming on last year. He only got 10 or 15 snaps a game, but it seemed like he was very productive when he was out there. Marcus Harris coming in from Kansas. He's the second-year player, played at Kansas last year, and then Daniel Foster Allen is kind of a depth guy at defensive end. So I love the depth they have there. I think every position's got one or two potential playmakers there. So, I mean, yes, the strength of this defense in my mind is inside linebacker and defensive backs, but I love the depth they have up front. And if some of these guys, like a little bit down the depth chart, like a Marcus Harris, like a Dre Butler, like a Lee Hunter, if they step up and they become, I'm not trying to say they're going to be Nick Fairley, but the way Nick Fairley was his first year at Auburn, where he was a good, solid backup and played, gave you 25, 30 credible snaps a game. If you can get stuff like that out of those guys, I feel pretty good about the defense. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right there. Let's see what else we got. Grindworks wants to know, am I going to watch the UCF Boise State game? I will not be watching. Clemente says, who is the big potato so far in camp? Me. Brighter Reddick Ideas says, love seeing Pritchett, hometown kid. There we go. Josh D says, are you more confident in Auburn's offense or defense coming into the season? Interesting. I would be more confident probably in the defense. I really love the personalities they have over here. And I love the experience where it counts. And I love the defensive coordinator. I think he's an absolute legend. I think he'll be the first assistant to leave also. Just because he's going to be so coveted. My man, Duff Diver in the house. He says it's refreshing to want to hear what our head coach has to say. See you at the Platinum Tailgate in State College. Appreciate you, brother. Mahalo. My man, I don't want to give too much away here, but my man is taking a little bit of a Hawaiian reprieve. I don't think reprieve is the word I was looking for. A Hawaiian retreat. We'll go with that. He's been in Hawaii for a little while, and he is missed because I love playing Warzone with him. Appreciate you, bro. Ed D says, look at that depth, starting to get to 4 deep. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of dudes. I mean, some of the guys back here, like Darius Geis, I mean, you know, he is what he is. And Eric Reed Jr., I mean, I'm not sure exactly, you know, what they're going to get there. I mean, I just don't know yet. It's just too early on. And Knighton's the kid that came in from Southeast Missouri. You know, not a crazy athlete, but a good football player. And I don't see any reason why he can't be like that kid that came in from Michigan a few years ago. And I forget his name now, but just not a great athlete per se. I mean, he's a better athlete than I am, than we are. But, you know, compared to someone crazy like Owen Papo or TD, you know, I don't know. Yeah, there's just a lot of depth here. And I just think that I was a big Kevin Steele fan. I mean, in the fact that I thought he was very bright, and I felt like Auburn's defense in general was developed correctly. It was recruited correctly. It was deployed correctly. It was just thoughtful, and it worked for the most part. You know, to me, Derek Mason is going to be able to do all that. Plus, he's just an absolute badass. And if this defense takes on his personality, they're going to kill people. I mean, they're just going to absolutely maim and maul people. Let's see. Michael N. says, are we positive Knighton doesn't take that other safety spot? Absolutely not. We are not positive. Again, it's the third day of camp or second day of camp or whatever, however you want to look at it. And they're not giving us depth charts, and they probably won't give us a depth chart. So I'm just basing this. We're just freeballing it, okay? I mean, really, just kind of trying to give you an idea first of all, where guys are playing. And second of all, maybe just kind of where they fit in. A guy like Knighton absolutely has some upward mobility, at least at nickel, and possibly at safety as well. But I don't know as though he's going to unseat Coffin or Smoke Monday. That's all. Let's see. Travis J says, who has a better season, Tank or Jabari Smith? You talk about apples and oranges, bro. Tank or Jabari Smith? Those guys don't have a lot in common, really. I mean, one's a true freshman, one's a sophomore, one's an All-American, one is an unknown right now. One's a power forward, one's a tailback, one plays basketball, one plays football. I mean, Tank is absolutely the featured performer on offense on this team, and I'm not sure Jabari, as good as he is, would be the featured performer on that Auburn team because I think they've got more than one. And I think Walker Kessler's an absolute badass. Joel Simpson wants to know if Stanley McClover has any eligibility left. Why you got to bring that up, bro? Talking about Diller. Travis Jada said both taking home big accolades. Yeah, I know. I was just kind of teasing with you. Probably Tank. I think Tank is in a better position to dominate for his team than Jabari is for his team because I think the Tank is far and away the best thing Auburn has on offense, and I don't think that Jabari is far and away the best thing they have on the basketball team. That's the only reason. But Jabari's really good. I'm not trying to put him down. It's just that I think Tank's an All-American too. I mean, anyway, Sam Howell's in the house, one of our favorite folks to jump on the show with us, always here for us. Appreciate you. Says it's pouring in Columbus, Georgia right now. It was sunny all day here. Well, we're a little ways from Columbus, though. Oh, looks like Blackbird says it's not raining at his house, and he seems to know You know, because he's in Columbus, I guess. All right. Travis J says, I know, Jay. LOL. Nice hearing from y'all. It's always great having you here, bro. Love it, love it, love it. So anyway, guys, that's kind of where I'm looking at. I mean, if there's anybody on this group here that I'm very interested in hearing about because I've heard sneaky good information about them, Moultrie is one of them, but we've all heard it before. Joko Willis is one that I heard about in some pretty crazy, like, better watch this kid. Same for Kaufman, Donovan Kaufman. So those are the guys that I would really keep an eye on. And someone asked earlier about freshmen. I think Lee Hunter's the guy, at least on defense, that I think has somewhat upward mobility here. I think he's pretty advanced for what he is. And if he wasn't injured in high school, they're late in his career, I don't know as though Auburn gets him. I think he's a pretty special player. And, that's kind of the story with McNeil years ago. Hell, that's been 23 years ago when DeMarco came in. I think he was a freshman in 99. So he was playing at Blunt in 98. Good God, that's a long time ago. Blake R's in the house. What up, bro? Sam says he's downtown Columbus, and it's coming on down. All right, I guess we'll wrap it up there on the defensive depth chart. Again, this is definitely nothing at all official about this. This is 100% subjective and can change at any moment. I mean, hell, some of these positions I'm not even sure about. I mean, Knighton might end up being just a nickel. I don't know. I mean, he's a safety by trade, and he might have some upward mobility there. I don't know. I mean, is he better than Lord Tennyson? I don't know. Michael Norwood says Pritchett and Simpson have to see snaps. They looked very good last year. Man, I thought Simpson was one of their best players on defense. He is so physical. He's one of the most physical cornerbacks I've ever seen at Auburn. I think. Hold on a second, guys. Administrative assistant checking in, see how things are going. Always got to make sure to stay hydrated when you're drinking that bourbon, guys. You got to do your body right. That's how you wake up in the morning. You don't have a headache. Blackbird wants to know how many more years of eligibility do you have, JGT? We need you out on the field. Hell no, you don't. Can't do that. Might be a good holder, though. Or maybe I wouldn't be. I don't know. I was terrible at football. I played center, and I was terrible. Really, really bad. I was a much better baseball player. Pitcher. Anyway, Jalen Simpson, to me, is an absolute stud. And, I just think they're going to have three men playing cornerback. I think they're just going to rotate it. And I also think that the days of, we've got two cornerbacks, let's play them. That's over. They rotate. They roll guys in and out all the time. AU Pooch jumping in with a super chat. Let me get back to our main page here. He says, I had it and I lost it. I want to date Devin Harson. Love you and the team, JG. We'll see if we can get that going, bro, Pooch. I don't know if I can make that happen for you, brother. Blake R says, what are you drinking tonight? We talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's cool that you weren't here. We still love you. I'm drinking the Bardstown. It shines a lot in this light, but the Bardstown Prisoner. This is the distillery collection. So I actually bought this at the distillery. This is bottle 191 of 200. It's a slightly higher proof than you would normally see. I think the Prisoner comes in at like 100 proof, I think, regular Prisoner. And then this is 103.88. It's good. It's just has a big time wine thing. So it's finished 18 months in wine barrels. And so it has a very much of a wine taste to it. A lot of times people come from wine to bourbon. And if you know people like that, this will be a great bourbon to kind of serve them. Let's see. Big Sipper says, why isn't our basketball team getting any national media love? Well, my first answer is it's August. And everybody's talking about football right now. And I do think that they get a lot of love. I think people... No, we're not doing that right now. I think a lot of people in the national media have a very high opinion of Auburn basketball for next year, and they love Jabari. They know what they have in Walker, and I think that they're going to get a lot of love. But we're just not there yet. That's all. And by the way, this Auburn was a little bit thin in the draft this year, right? I mean, Sharif and JT both signed deals this week with their teams, the Hawks and the Hornets. But Auburn wasn't really, they didn't sneak into the first round like some of us thought might have happened. Probably not going to be the story next year with Walker and Jabari and Al Flanagan going to go probably. And who knows who else. I mean, I don't know if somebody blows up. They might have 3 or 4 guys go in the first round. They have a lot of players coming back, and not everybody does, and they are really good players. So, hey, don't fall into that trap, Big Sipper, and think that, Auburn's getting disrespected on the hardwood. That's not true. People know what's up. People know what time it is. Sam H says, Jay Billis don't believe yet. Man, Jay Billis is ass. Don't care about him. First of all, he went to Duke. Second of all, he went to Duke. Not worried about it. Let's see. Canoe Man says, that is surprising. Took you as more of a catcher? A catcher? I did catch some. I don't know. I caught a little bit in high school later on. We had a really good catcher early on. Caught a little bit later on. Unfortunately, my problem in the batting circle or the batting cage was that I just couldn't take a walk. I was hacking at everything. I wish I could have understood that better now. I wish that I was that age again and I could be more discerning with my pitch selection. I would have been a fine hitter. Stu Pup in the house, keeping the streak alive, my man. Gonna love watching Derek Mason mix and match our DBs. He's certainly got a lot of people to rotate and consider for those spots. Crocodile says Chris Moore about to take people by surprise. I'll say this about Chris Moore. I'm not a big believer. However, he's very fit. And I love the versatility that he brings. We'll bounce over to our basketball depth chart. Again, far from official. Just trying to take a look at how I think they're going to line up. And Chris Moore is a guy that can play really 3 positions here. He can play shooting guard. He can play wing, which is where he normally plays. And then he can also play 4 in certain situations. I don't think they would need him to play 4 because they'd always have Jabari and Jalen without injury. So I think he's good at wing. My issue, Crocodile, with Chris Moore is that I don't understand what he is. I don't understand, like to look at him, I don't think he's a wing. Wings are usually, they look like Al or they look like Jabari. They're very explosive, oozing athleticism, guys that can get to the hole and or shoot very quickly. Chris Moore is not particularly quick to the hole. He's not a particularly good shooter. I like him as he's a good secondary ball handler for size. He's also good in transition. But I just don't really know what he is. Everybody else on this page, I can tell you something special about him. Zep has just got quickness. Wen is just an absolute maverick with the ball in his hands. I don't really know how else to explain it. He's got the ball in his hands. Something's going down. KD is just high energy. He's mean as a dog. He's just an absolute, he'll just bite you. Devin, I'm not going to make excuses for Devin. Al Flanagan is just crazy. He can drive. He can shoot. The amount of improvement he made from freshman year to sophomore year is ridiculous. And if he just improves half that much, he's going to be all SEC this year, first team. Chris Moore, again, I like him because he does a lot of things. He can shoot a little bit. He can dribble a little bit. He's got some quickness. He's good in transition. He can fill some roles, but I don't think he's a special player. Jabari, I don't even know. I don't even know anything about his game that's not great. He's got range. He's got quickness. He's a solid ball handler. He can finish at the rim with both hands. He's got jumping ability. He's really, really good. Jalen, more of a shooter to me, lacks confidence. I think he's the kind of player that just gets down emotionally too much. Walker Kessler's a freak of nature. I don't know what else to tell you. He can do everything. I love Dylan Cardwell, although it'd be better if he could catch the ball a little bit better. And then Stretch is incredibly fit, very bouncy, he communicates great. He's a great teammate. So everybody's got something. But for me, Chris Moore is just the guy I'm not sure about. He's just kind of a tweener, I guess. One man's opinion. Let's see. Brighter Redneck Ideas says, who are you hearing has changed the most physically to be game ready since last year with new strength and conditioning program? I guess you're talking about football. Let me go back to football here when we get back to football. How's that? Let's see. Ed D was asking about that as well, so we definitely will get to that. Christian C says 3Mo, who he's a big believer in Chris Moore. 3Mo going to be big for AU, Crocky Poo. So it looks like Christian is on board with Crocs there. And Brock P is also big on Moore, Chris Moore. So maybe you guys are seeing something that I don't, which happens. I mean, I'm not like Stephen A. Smith sitting here telling you this is the truth and there's nothing else. You know, I'm just one of these guys that, like, if we're at practice, I'm watching Jabari and Walker Kessler because they just blow my mind. Like, I can't believe that guys that big and that long can do the shit they do. Like, I just can't. Like, Jabari is just so. I don't even. It's just like he's the kind of guy. Like, first of all, he's like 18 years old. He's going down on the break, and these guys are trying to steal the ball from him. And like, instead of freaking out like every other kid would do his age, like dribble themselves into some cul-de-sac they can't get out of, he'll just like bounce the ball behind his back and switch to the other direction. Like, he's just always got some kind of other move to deal with whatever they're doing to him, and he's so calm about it. Like, he's just played so much basketball, and he just knows exactly what he can do, and he can do a lot. You all are gonna love watching him play. Call Me Biscuit as a super chat, which we'll hit when we get back on our main screen. Appreciate you, bro. Anthony wants to know about news on Romello Height. Again, man, we're 2 days into camp, or 3 days, depending on how you look at it. So we just don't have enough data. I mean, I do think he's going to be there. He's going to be playing. He's a quick twitch guy. Gives you some speed off the edge. I think he has made the adjustment from high school to college as far as his work ethic and understanding what the coaches want from him and him providing that day to day. But is he going to be the guy at Penn State who finishes with 3 sacks and 4 pressures? I mean, I don't know yet. We're too far out. Big Sipper still staying with basketball. Says, is this a number 2 seed team? Whoa, buddy. I don't know about that. I mean, that's even more of a projection than everything else we're talking about football, because this team, they still got a long way to go before they even play their first game. So, I'll say this. If this team doesn't get hurt, like if this 11 that you're seeing up here on your screen right now, if that's your 11 for 95% of the season, this is a 4 seed at worst. And I think Jabari, Kessler, KD, Jasper, and Al Flanagan is ridiculous. And Wen Green may end up being the starting point guard too. Those guys are tough to kind of prick. It's kind of they have different skills. Jasper's the better defender. Wen is the more vervy player. I don't know how to explain it. When he has the ball in his hands, he just starts doing shit, and everybody else just kind of is along for the ride. He's just a really good – he makes things happen. We'll put it like that. Alpha Tiger's in the house. What up, bro? Administrative assistant sent you your glass today. So you'll be getting that probably by Tuesday because you're not too far from me. So there you go. Brock saying, arguing about who is the best player. That is the Pearl effect. You're absolutely right. The guy recruits and coaches at an incredibly high level. All right. We have a Pearl quorum. Any official business we need to attend to. Of course, the Pearls are a subset of the AuburnSports.com bunker community. I know for a fact Crocodile is one of the big figures in there, and Canoe Man is as well. Stu Pep says the ball is part of Jabari's body. Love to watch guys with that kind of handle. You don't see it very often with guys that height. It's guys like Kevin Durant, which Jabari has that same kind of height. I don't think he's quite the same athlete that Durant is, but he's really good. Let's see. Canoe Man thinks Zepp's going to start the season. Not sure he ends the season as a starter, though. That's a good problem to have, though, because those are 2 confident also point guards, and I think you got 2 really good ones. All right, back to football or back to our main page. Let's go back there to where we are now and get those super chats up. Biscuit had a super chat earlier. Appreciate you, bro. This is back in an hour or so, Swoogans. Going to get Ole Miss drunk with dinner guest. Oh, okay. Then be back once everyone gets caught up. 2 a.m. biatches. Hey now. All right, Biscuit, if you're not here anymore. Let's see. Kyle Crocodile says, I'm on the Wendell train. That's a good train to be on, bro. Wen Green you're going to like him too. It's kind of the way that that point guard from the Northeast, Kareem Canny. Now, Kareem Canny was, from a personality perspective, was probably a little much, okay? He was just a very, very aggressive person. He's an aggressive basketball player, and he's an aggressive person. Wen is an aggressive basketball player. He's a more balanced person. So, But I do think that Wynn gives you on the court a lot of the things that Kareem Canny did. He just kind of gets the ball in his hands and stuff's going to happen. Alvin Tiger says, is Jay Lee calling in tonight? Probably not. I would say that's probably not going to happen. Jay Lee, of course, has left Auburn sports after, 18 years over here. And I guess I need to talk about that a little bit. Jay Lee left, I guess about a week ago on Sunday. And he is now plying his trade over at auburnlive.com with Justin Hoganson and Cole Pinkston, a good group of guys over there. Of course, two of them worked for me here at auburnsports.com. Justin was with me from, 12 to 14, I guess. And then Jay Lee was with me from, I was with him in 12, and then he was with me from 14 until Sunday. Just so you know, I mean, obviously he didn't get fired, and he's one of my best friends. He's a great guy. He's a good journalist. I'm sad to see him go. I knew he was going. He told me a long time ago. We knew this had been going on, and as I mentioned on the bunker, I had an opportunity to go my own way as well, and I ultimately chose to stay right where I am. I guess Biscuit won't mind if I drop this off because it's just too damn big. Let's see if I can pull up another one. I'd like to have one up there, though. Oh, but Stu Puff's a perfect guy to have up there. He super chats like every single week. What an absolute animal. Had an opportunity to go myself, and I chose not to because you guys aren't going to believe me when I say this, but I just love you guys. And I mean, here's the thing. I mean, someday all the truths can be told, and Jay Lee knows all the truths too because we talked about him at length. But I didn't leave because I love you guys and I love what has been built at auburnsports.com, specifically the bunker. You guys, I don't want to go through. I posted all this shit on the bunker. I'm not trying to make this sound, but when I needed to get out of the newspaper business in 2012, you guys. Well, Jay Lee gave me an opportunity to come here and get better and learn a whole new business. I went from newspaper to this, and it's a lot different. And I needed it. I really needed to come over here, and so this was kind of like a haven for me, And I didn't take it for granted. And when my sister died in 2016, you guys were there for me like I never expected. And I just kind of feel like I'm part of the family, man. I feel like this is a family. I feel like I belong here. And I just didn't. I mean, going and starting somewhere else for more money, it doesn't mean, I don't know. It doesn't mean anything to me, really. I want to be here, and I want to do the good work that we do here. I love the team. I love BMAT. I absolutely love Christian. Christian, people are like, yeah, but he's 21. I'm like, I'm telling you. Whether he's 21 or 41, an assassin can be any age. And I'm telling you that Christian will not be outworked. And he's, in my eyes, he's a dominator right now. But I think once he learns even a little bit more about this trade, I mean, he's just started doing recruiting like 2 or 3 weeks ago. He's going to be insane. And you guys, I think a year from now, you guys are going to be like, was there life before Christian? I mean, not to say he's better than Jay Lee or anything. It's not like that. Christian came along when Jay Lee was here, so it's not one or the other. But I mean, to tell you guys bluntly, it makes me sick to my stomach to think that we gotta go forward without Jay Lee because he's a great friend of mine. He's a great guy. He's a good writer. He's a good reporter. I mean, he's just a big reason why Auburn sports is what it is. He's a big reason why the bunker is what it is. So it's a bummer, but at the same time, like, I'm happy for him, and I think the new job is really good for him, and I look forward to seeing what he can do. You guys, I know it's very easy to say, well, JG, he's going to compete against you or whatever. Hey, man, like, look, we do what we do. They do what they do. I'm pulling for them. I like those guys. Particularly Jay Lee, who's like a brother to me. I mean, I don't see why we can't all be good. That's the thing. And like, it goes for the other side too, the third side or whatever you guys want to look at it with Auburn undercover. Like Jason Caldwell's like a brother to me and Brian. I love Jason Caldwell. I mean, I absolutely love him. Like I'm fanatical about the guy. Like, and Philip Marshall, he's not really a brother to me. He's more like an uncle to me. But I love Philip, and I have these. I hope that someday, like when he gets in the Alabama Sports Writers Hall of Fame, like I can be the one to give his speech. I mean, I love the guy. So most of us are friends, particularly the guys that have been around a while. I had a good talk with Mark Murphy the other day, who's dyeing his hair, by the way. I'm not saying I gave him any ideas, but he is dyeing his hair a little bit. Looks great. I mean, all us old guys like each other, so I'm pulling for all of them. I think there's plenty of room for everybody. I really believe that. All right, we're missing some super chats. While I went on that rant, I just wanted to kind of say that. Looks like Canoe Man knows Jason Caldwell as well. Says JC is a great human. He is an absolute just stud. And I'm never going to get to the place where Jason is on a personal level. He's a man of very deep faith. He is an incredibly patient and calm dude. And he's a great dad. He's a great husband. I'm never going to get there, but it sure is fun seeing him again. I had a chance to see him at practice the other day, and I gave him a big hug, and I love the guy. So, I mean, it's fun. We like to kind of tease each other, you know, on the bunker, like, oh, Jason got you on this, or I'm sure in the future, you know, Hope got you or Jay Lee got you. But I love those guys, and again, I think we can all be good. Super chat coming through from Sam H., who's always here for us. What an absolute stud. It says, dues for the content. Also, does Harsin talk too much compared to Gus during pressers? Yeah, his answers do drone on a little bit. But, hey, man, he's just giving us a little more detail maybe than Gus would have wanted. And what's up, bro? And the intern has arrived. What up, intern? Yeah, I don't have a mic for you yet, but here, should we turn on the intern cam? Do you guys even care to see him? Probably not. We also got a super chat coming through from D Lucky, my man. What is this? It just says just the tip. What does that mean? Does he just mean like he's tipping money, right?
Right. He's giving you the tip.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Well, thank you, D Lucky. Thank you for the tip. I wouldn't want any more than that. D Lucky, of course, one of the Huntsville guys, and a legend in his own right. Probably our best caller, I would say. I don't know how administrative assistant feels on that.
Sure.
Administrative assistant gives it the thumbs up, so I'm going to give him the triangle for that. Of course, we love D-Luck. And you know he's from Huntsville because he's got the Trash Panda as his avatar there. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, yes. I knew somebody was going to do this. Javion says, show football offense, please. We will not do that. We will not do that because I don't have enough information or data to get that together. I can tell you that Bo Nix is probably leading the quarterback, but I've got to do a little bit more work. And we've got to get a little bit more camp in before we start deciding who's playing where. For instance, Brandon Council, I don't even know what position I would put him at right now. If you want to know my opinion, I would say he's a guard. But we'll see. He could play tackle. Don't think he's going to play center because I think Nick Brahms will handle that unless he gets hurt. But I don't know where to put him right now. And honestly, if we had Will Friend sitting right here right now, I don't think he would know either. So we're going to work on offense. And my goal, Javian, is to have one for you next week, okay? Stu Pup reminds us of the game that Kareem Candy when he was playing against Vanderbilt when he just, oh my God, he just tore them up. I don't remember points or anything like that, and Auburn ended up losing the game, but he was an absolute baller. Mayor Mix-a-Lot says, surely you can say Tank is RB1. I would feel pretty good about that one. Yeah, I would feel pretty good about that one. I would probably get that one right. And Sean Shivers is right there, too. Stu Pup says the offensive depth chart would just be Tank in huge letters. Well, might be right about that one, honestly. I've got a super chat coming through from one of the all-time bunker legends, BP Rockman. Says, glad you stuck around and glad to be back. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. A guy who's been to the Rundown a number of times. Big fan of Voodoo Wing Company. And, yeah, he's a real stud, too. Canoe Man says it was not Vandy. It was Middle Tennessee State. As I said, MTSU.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
My bad. All Hydraulics thinks that 7 or 8 wins would be an accomplishment at this point. All right. And War Eagle 0008 says, I don't have any other hobbies. I will buy all the sites. What if they're not for sale, buddy? Anyway. Yeah. Brock P jumps in with a super chat as well. Says, cheers to you, JGT. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you jumping in and being a part of the community here and on the bunker. And it is great to be here. It's truly great to be here. People say all the time it's not about the money, but I'm telling you, it's not about the money. I'm just the kind of person where when it comes to money, it's either a 1 or a 0. I've got enough or I don't. And if I got enough, then it comes down to other things. The end. Stoop up again. What a legend. Two in the same show. Unbelievable. Says JGT changed the game with the drain and the hair color. I don't know if Mark Murphy would give me credit for that, but he does have blonde hair now, or kind of blonde, I guess. Let's see. End Time News Network says JC is the Cam Newton of journalists. I don't know about... yeah, I love Jason. He's awesome. I'm not going to say anything about that. I love him. Big Sipper says, is Brian and Jay Lee calling tonight? Yeah, Jay Lee's probably not going to call him tonight. He doesn't work here anymore as of Sunday. But, yeah, there goes. Anonymous X says pics of Intern or GTFO. Yeah, I don't know about that. We will go to the Intern cam, though. I do have an Intern cam set up. We're going to go to it now. There he is. There's the Intern cam. It just says Intern cam, known him for 19 years. Is that accurate?
I'd say so.
All right, cool. And what he was going to do is a little social media for us. But I didn't have a chance to show him how to do it before the show because he was doing something, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair. So, anyway, we do have the Intern cam is available. It is possible to do that technologically wise. Rivals has given us, thank goodness, that technology. I'm just kidding. I did that myself. But we'll go back to where we were because Intern cam doesn't have a lot to show right now. He's just learning the ropes. I'm just glad to have him in the show, though, here. Bryce G in the house as well with a big super chat. Look at this. What an absolute legend. Has so much to say. Well said, Commodore. Been rolling with you since 2012. And just like Jordan Belfort said, I'm not effing leaving. Glad to be drinking tonight after a day of drinking on the lake. Sounds like a tough day for you. Glad you made it back in one piece. And I'm glad you made responsible decisions out there on the lake. That's what I like to see. That's what I love to see from the people at auburnsports.com. We also have a super chat coming through from CJ Ellis, who's an absolute badass, as you know. Says, glad to be draining. Let's go. Got him. Crocodile says, does he get paid in cookies? Ed D also says, DJ Airhorn for the super chats. Let me turn it down just a little bit. But yes, we do owe a lot of DJ Airhorns for that. CJ, I appreciate you, bro. D Lucky says, who the F is that guy? Just some nobody, he says. Chip says, let the relentless mocking of the intern begin. This is not what he signed up for, guys. It's not what he signed up for. So what I need to do is I probably need to take just a second here and get him set up, show him what he needs to do. Yeah. I think that's what needs to happen here. So let me send over a little missive and show him what to do on this. And yeah, we'll do that. Oh, we got another. Look at this. Stoop up. What? This is unbelievable. Uh-oh, they really like the intern cam, Denton. He says, dance for your supper, intern. Oh, too late. You already had supper, right? Yeah, he's already eaten. So too late for you, bro. Chip says, intern is bunker meat now. War Eagle 0008. You're going to really hate hearing this one, Denton. Says, is that guy dating the young Tate? Yeah, I got a sound for that one. It's called the Price is Right horn. My the young Tate is just a lot. She's got a lot of energy and she's got a lot of opinions, and there's just a lot. Pocket Watch says Intern is in studio. He is indeed. He is mere feet away from me here. Mayor Mixlot says its name is Denton. Yes, it's a boy. His name is Denton. I've known him since he was a baby. He lives near me. Is that fair to say?
Definitely fair.
It's fair to say. And, yeah, he's going to help us with some social media stuff when we're on the show. We don't really need to screen callers, but CJ Ellis says, boo this guy. Bring back Nate King. Nate is a number one starter at Auburn Undercover, you guys. Now, come on. He was our intern like a year ago. That's cool, man. Whatever. Yeah, see what I mean? Like everybody in Auburn media I've got some relationship with almost. Yeah. Just about every single one of them. Although Cole Pinkston, I don't. And Keith, I know Keith. I like Keith. I love hanging out with Keith. I think I would go on a bender with Keith, honestly, but I never worked for him or with him, excuse me. The other guys, of course, I know all of them. So, I spent around, 24 years covering Auburn. All the guys are lifers. We all just get to know each other and like each other. It's all good. I don't even think there's any beefs anymore with Marcelo gone. I think those are the last of the beefs. Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true. There is another beef on the beat. It doesn't involve internet people, though. Some of these newspaper folks get real testy, I'm telling you right now. Let's see. Chip says, insert Chris Hansen gif.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
Yes. I love this one, too, from Chris Hansen. You ready for one, Chip? This is for you, buddy.
I want to wrestle you so freaking bad.
He's the man, isn't he? Let's see. Blackbird says, does administrative assistant get mad at your multiple relationships? Come on, guys. What are you talking about? You guys are weird. Blake says, Brandon Marshmallow. What? Why are you guys making fun of Brandon? Just because he does talk a lot of junk. Does Ben Wolk have a real job yet? War Eagles 0008 says, yes. Ben works in Athens, Georgia. No surprise. He works for a company that has nothing to do with sports or journalism or anything like that. I don't totally understand what the company does, but it's some kind of technology stuff. War Eagles 02 jumps in. Oh, my goodness. He says, Commodore, are you going to attend an actual football game this year? Need to be a part of the beginning of the Harsin era. I will bring all the Eagle Rare you can drink. Now we're talking, bro. Now you're tempting me out of my seat here on the brain drain. Probably not, because I would hate to leave the brain drain now, but anyway. Appreciate you, War Eagles 02. You're a legend. Let's see. Michael N. says Brandon Marcello hated Auburn, LOL. I don't think that's true. He is an Arkansas guy, but I didn't think he hated Auburn. I think he just kind of... I don't know if I know Brandon enough to really speak on it. Because, like, the conversations I had with Brandon, let's say I had 15 conversations with him. Like, 12 of them are really good and 3 of them are really bad. I mean, that's just kind of like, I don't know. I was kind of all over the place with that guy, and I don't think he ever liked me. So that's kind of the tea I have on Brandon. He is now a national guy for 24/7, so he's not at Auburn very much. Although he did an interview with Harsin not too long ago. Javion apparently was not listening to me earlier. He says, show football offense, please. And my answer to that is I did not do the football offense because I don't know where to put anything. So there is no football offense, and that's all I'm going to say about it for the rest of the show. We're going to try to do one for you next week. Let's see. Stoop Up says, don't name the intern. That's how we get attached. Wait, what?
We're not even
I don't even know what you're talking about. Leigh says, Marcelo has always seemed like he dislikes everything. I think that's probably closer to what's going on there. He's just kind of down, you know. Sam H is drained from the game. JG, I can't really do that. I got to be at the switches to run the show, so I don't know. Let's see. War Eagle. I've never even seen that written. He says, War Eagle 0008. Auburn hates Marcelo. That dude is the woat, as in the worst of all time. How about that? Georgia Rebel goes a step further. Says, Marcelo, Dan Wolken, and Pat Forty are all clowns. I bet you guys probably don't even disagree. Appreciate you being here, Georgia Rebel. You're the man. One of our friends from rebelgrove.com, which is a great site over there, great community of Ole Miss fans. And, of course, I think Ole Miss was recently named best campus in the country by ESPN. Do you know anything about that, Intern? He does not know about that. I think that in general, my man Denton would probably lean to thinking Alabama was the best one, but I don't know that for sure. We're going to have to get you a mic, I guess. I'm not ready for that yet. Let's see. CJ Ellis, my man, says, went to Frisky Whiskey a few weekends ago. Got me a bottle of 1792. Best damn bourbon I've had in a while. Which one? Small batch, like the regular 1792, as a Barton product made in Bardstown, Kentucky. And I agree. I think that's a very underrated brand of whiskey. The reason you don't see or hear much about it is it's just not very sexy. You can get it in ABC, but that doesn't mean it's not bad or not good. It's good. We'll just leave it at that. Canoe Man I'd like to know how you know all these people, because I really do think you know him. Brandon is just a weird dude. Probably not a bad guy and probably a bit misunderstood to his own fault. I couldn't put it any better. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Pocket Watch says Brandon Marcello said in one of his Discords he has multiple that he wishes he didn't have to cover college sports, that if he won the lottery, he wouldn't watch college football, much less cover it. You know, I'm not – I don't know. I mean, if I had $1 million, I don't know as though I would cover college football as much, honestly. I just feel like as I get older, my passion is Auburn basketball. But I like Auburn football too, for sure. I've spent so much time. I mean, it's like all the old players. I know them, or a lot of them, you know. Let's see. T. Roy Tiger says, where is Neil McCready on the pecking order of your beat writer relations list? I guess you mean like writers that I'm friends with? He'd definitely be up there. My best friend, my best writer friend is probably Jay Lee. My next best would be Phillip. My next best would probably be B-Matt. Jason Caldwell's right there. Neil's probably higher than them, though. Neil's probably third. And I would probably say Gabe the Armand, who runs the Power Mizzou site, is probably third for me, and then Neil, and then those guys, B-Matt, and Jason. And there's a guy over at the Alabama site on the Rivals Network named Kyle. Kyle Henderson is a good friend of mine. I love him a lot. He's just an incredible guy with an incredible story. Who else do I love out there? Shit, I don't know. You get so old, you just forget people. I don't know. Let's see, Canoe Man says, how would anyone not choose Auburn basketball under BP over football? I mean, it's a football school, you know? I mean, let's be real about it. Auburn has a great heritage, great history of playing really good football. So it's awesome. I mean, I like it too. C.W. Tullis, which sounds like a country singer to me. That'd be a great name. It's going to be Joe Diffie and C.W. Tullis. That's a great name. Missed the start of this. Curious to know your feelings on Jabari. Just don't hear much from the practice reports. That's because there aren't any anymore. They're not practicing, and they won't be for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Concern or holding back. That's absolutely 100% holding back. I have seen him play 5 or 6 times this summer, and he's absolutely a silky game boy. He's really good. So there you go. I think you guys. Georgia Rebel. I saw that thread over on y'all's board about Kerry Murdoch, he's the Commodore of the Oklahoma site, Sooner Scoop, on our network, and I think that was the first time that you guys had been exposed to him, because Oklahoma's coming into the league, and so Neil and Chance the Yapper had him on the show, and he's absolutely uproariously funny. Yes, I have known this for years. Kerry is, and Eddie, who works with him there, Eddie and Kerry, to me, are 2 of the 5 funniest people in media. Kerry's definitely has a drier humor, but he makes me cry every time I see him just from laughter, because he's so funny. Super chat coming through from Easy Money, my man. What's up, bro? So glad to see you again here, man. Draining and drinking 4 roses. That sounds delicious. Thank you for all you do. Hey, I'm not trying to talk any shit, but I haven't shown this in a while. This is my Knob Creek Bruce Pearl Selected Final Four bottle here. Yeah. That's a 15-year Knob Creek. Etched with the Final Four logo, and then, of course, the blue top for the Auburn Tigers. I was offered $600 for this bottle not too long ago. I was like, nope. I might sell it next time Auburn makes the Final Four. Of course, the value would probably drop, don't you think? All right, here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to take a really short break and try to show the intern how to do what I need him to do, and they'll be right back with more brain drain. Just give me I don't know, just, a couple of minutes, maybe 3. See you on the other side. All right, what up, yo? We're back real quick. Thanks for that little break there. Got my main man set up. There it is, the intern cam. What's up, intern cam? he don't have it. We need to get him a mic, I guess. You got to learn how to be like a sidekick, bro. Maybe when we go to the Girls Will Poke later, you can give us some ideas on some hot chicks that you think that we should highlight. Like celebrities or singers or actresses or whatever. So be thinking about some hotties. Oh, you got to hit mute, bro. It's up on the... There it is. You got it? All right, we're good. You guys want to leave the intern cam on or not? Sam says, with a name like Denton, yeah, I'd haze him. Oh, man, that's tough. That's tough. He's all right. Denton's a good kid, man. I've known him a long time. He's pretty mild-mannered. Boy. All right, so Tyler Mitchell says, any chance of Nick Gers getting some playing time this year? I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. I don't mind saying. I don't mind telling you guys when I don't know something, and I don't know who that is. So, Pocket Watch says, this is funny. Pocket Watch says, is that a desk or a TV tray? That's a great question, Pocket Watch, and also you're very observant. It is indeed a TV tray because we didn't have a proper desk for it. Here's what happened. So we were talking about it, and I got to put the super chat back up for easy money. Appreciate you, brother. We were talking about him coming over and doing some stuff for us, and Courtney goes, "Oh, yeah, we got a desk, no problem. I got plenty of room for this stuff." And then when it came time to do it today, she's like, "Well, we'll just use this little TV tray." Okay, we'll do that. We'll just do a little TV tray. So that's what he's got. He's got a TV tray and a little lamp there, and a laptop and a dream, guys. D Lucky says his intern 21. How old are you, Dan? 19? 19 years old, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be like Stugatz one of these days. I'm telling you, he's going to be great. We're going to go to him for like lines and betting lines. And all that kind of fun stuff. One of these days, He's just getting his sea legs. First time on stream. We're glad to have him. He's good people. So we'll go back to our main screen unless you guys really want to see the intern cam. If you want to clamor for that later, we can certainly do that. I do want to say this, D Lucky. I was disappointed. My wife, administrative assistant, is going back up to Huntsville for a work trip next week, and I was really hoping. Normally, when she goes on these trips, is when I go to Huntsville and I try to set up dinners with you guys to hang out and chill. I feel like I have friends, and I'm not gonna be able to go this time. Just 'cause it's the middle of camp. We just got camp started. Sure would love to see you guys, though. Love hanging out with the Huntsville crew. We got, of course, D Lucky, Dob the Bomb, Archie, Easterwood, R.M. Schuler was up that way. Oh, shit, fire. Who are we forgetting? Big Blue was up that way. Man, some legendary dudes up that way. Goodness gracious. Let's see. D Lucky says, "Okay, got to go to Plan B. Get the intern trash. Was going to be a fun game for each train." Didn't you? Do you drink? You don't really drink, do you?
No, I don't.
I mean, have you? Well, you're not drinking age, of course. So D Lucky is trying to get you to be a hoodlum. I don't know why. He's trying to be a bad influence on you, Uncle D Lucky. Good job, buddy. Still got a year and a half. Fat Crack says, "Dang GGT, I'm in Huntsville now. I did not know that. You should come out next time. Hopefully, later on, we'll be able to slide in there and get something going for you when we go to Huntsville." Let's see. William Stovall says, "War Name Eagle JGT. Watching with my USC girl. Interesting. South Carolina girls. I don't think we're not opposed to them, are we, guys? Hell no, we're not. Of course we're not.
If I come in here and look swole and big and strong and tough, y'all gonna give me that award, right?
I don't know why that seemed appropriate, but it did. I don't know. CJ Ellis says, "Hazing builds character." That's what I tried to tell the Pi Kappa Alpha Nationals, and we got in trouble in 92. They didn't really buy it. Stop it. Tyler, you're going to, I'm not doing your game anymore, Tyler. You've tricked me once, you'll not trick me again. Wait, well, you fooled me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, won't get fooled again. Georgia Rebel says, "My daughter moved into her dorm at Bama today. Tough day." Wow. Georgia Rebel. Look, man, I'm going to tell you this. From my perspective, you're a hell of a poster. You're a great part of the community. We obviously love you coming over here, moonlighting with us at auburnsports.com on the brain drain. I'm sorry this happened to you. I just don't know what else to say. So prayers up, man. And I mean, you could get an education at the University of Alabama too. I mean, just like anywhere else. And there's I'm sure there's some good kids at Alabama. So Sam Al says F's in the chat for Georgia Rebel. I'm gonna go throw one up, man. That's tough. That's tough. My man Chauncey, I'm glad to see you back, bro. I'm so glad to see you back. Pulling the good cup out early tonight, LOL. Yeah, I do have this good stuff, yo. I'm drinking the Bardstown Prisoner distillery choice. I mentioned earlier that my neighbors across the street, they have a bottle of this too that's unopened. That would be Denton's parents. And if this ever goes up in value, I'm sure they'll be willing to cut a deal with me to sell it, and they can make some money too. But anyway, I also have the old Bardstown bottle and bond that I'm ready to drink. So when we stop drinking the expensive, in fact, this one's for you, Chauncey. Well, let me finish this one. When you're drinking that high dollar stuff on the brain drain, you always got to have a backup. You know what I mean? CJL says, sorry for your loss. Mara Mix-a-Lot, Anonymous X, P33, T-Roy Tiger, Chauncey, Canoe Man, Blake R. Wonder Gump is even feeling the pain there. Golly. We're all with you, Georgia Rebel. It's tough, man. It's really, really tough. It's tough. I feel like we should have gotten you a mic. I wonder who's responsible for you not having a mic, Denton. Dang. Okay, it's my fault. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's my fault. It's my fault. Anyway, he's just going to do social media for us tonight. Listen, it's that time. We're going to start it. We're going to open up the Skype line. Appreciate you guys listening to me babble on. I've talked about all the things. We went through the defensive depth chart. We went through Jay Lee a little bit. We talked about this, that, and the other thing. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Let me see. Interesting. Just got a text. So let me go back to the defensive depth chart before we get too deep into this. And I think I need to make an adjustment here. Yeah, so this is a little bit of an adjustment. This is coming from inside the complex. So apparently Marcus Harris, who I have listed here as a third-team defensive end. Again, this is kind of we're just rolling with it here. You know, I mean, I'm not saying this is far from official, but it sounds like he needs to be over here somewhere, probably in this range. I don't know where he fits, but it's somewhere in here. So that's just something to think about. That Marcus Harris is playing 3-tech right now, which I didn't know. I didn't know he's playing there. So. There you go. We're learning a little bit more day by day. And then as far as Tyrone Truesdell, sounds like something is going on. I just don't know what. I don't know what it is. Yeah, we'll have to get back on that one. We'll have to get back on that one. So I don't know what to tell you on the Truesdell stuff. I do think there's something to it. I just don't know specifically what. So there you go. And also, like, I think Jay Crane was talking about this a little bit too. Give him credit for that. I just, a lot of people say, well, Jake said this, and I'm like, well, ask Jake if you want some clarification on what he's saying. You need to ask Jake. I'm not the one that had that report or talking about it. That's something else. All right, let me make sure. I want to text B-Matt, see if he wants to jump on the show here. I think he's at home tonight, so you may not have to worry about him being out of breath or whatever. And I see here that we had a call earlier from someone. I don't know who that was from. It's from an unlisted number, so maybe it was just kind of a random brain drainer. I did post the phone number in the bunker. So for those of you who are on the bunker, you can find the number there. I'm going to go ahead and call B-Matt. There he is. And if that's too loud, let me know.
Hello.
B-Matt, what up, bro?
Me and the side chick just had a little dinner together, and now we're going to get some ice cream.
Oh, is that like code word for something else or what?
No, it's just my wife. We had dinner at Baumhauer's, and now we're going to get milkshake.
Brian, I know it was Yvonne. I mean, come on, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we got B-Matt on the drain. Tell me just kind of your thoughts on camp so far. Anything jumped out to you yet in the first couple of days of talking to people?
Well, I'm going to write about this for tomorrow. Actually, I already have. But I really liked what Kobe Wooden had to say about some of the younger defensive linemen or some of the transfers. You know, he talked about how good Marcus Harris and Terry Fair looked so far. I mean, not Terry Fair. What did I say? The new nose tackle. And he also mentioned that some second-year players, including Zeke Walker, were really impressing him. And Drake Butler, another one, a JUCO transfer that didn't play a whole lot last year. You know, I think he was the number one JUCO tackle in the country last year, but I think he needed to have a transition year coming in. But I'm excited about this defensive line and what it can do. I really am.
Yeah, we were talking about the defense earlier. I mean, this defense, man, it looks really like there's a lot of dudes that can play on that side of the football, you know?
There is. If this was 2005, right, and this was a year that you could win with a running game with Tate Bigsby and a great defense, I'd pick Auburn as an SEC, favorite. I absolutely would. And this offensive line, even though I dog them out pretty good, I think they're really good run blockers. So they have all the ingredients, I think, of a really good Tuberville-type team in the mid-2000s. But I just don't know if they can keep up with some of the offenses you see, this day and age in the SEC.
Yeah, for sure. What are your thoughts on TJ Finley at this point? It's been tough kind of getting information about the quarterbacks. I know it's the second day, but do you anticipate that being pretty much a dogfight at quarterback?
I don't, but I was impressed with what I saw out of him, that day we were out there yesterday. You got to see him throw a little bit. You know, he just looks good, looks like a natural out there, has a really nice throwing motion, throws a really tight spiral, plenty of arm strength on it. I've been a Bo proponent from the start. I think it's good to compete, to have that competition. I think Bo's going to win. I think Bo's going to be the starter. And then TJ has a chance to develop and be a really good quarterback as a second teamer this year, maybe the starter going into the future.
Have you seen or heard anything yet, B-Matt, that changes your opinion about this team as far as like what you thought they were going to do this year, that what their ceiling is for this year? Has anything changed?
Feel a little bit better about the pass rush. It's been a big issue since 2017. Just from talking to Kobe Wood and some of the things he said, he had some good things to say about TD Moultrie. I want TD to be successful, but I'm still a little. I got to see it, But with Echo Leota and Derek Hall and some of the other guys that got there, I feel like they're going to have enough guys that can pressure that quarterback. That's going to really help out that defense. And what they've done on that side of the ball in the secondary, I think, has been phenomenal. So I'm really high on these guys. Then you got leaders like Owen Popo and Jacob McClain at linebacker. I just think it's going to be – I don't see any real weaknesses on the defense. Obviously, offensively at tackle and wide receiver are issues. But, like I said, maybe if things go right, they could win 10 games, maybe. Or maybe this is a 6 or 7 win team. I wouldn't be surprised either way, to be honest, right now.
Yeah. I just don't know how they're going to react to this new coaching staff. It's kind of tough.
Go ahead. I think the one thing I think Harsin in his talk about culture, I think that's real. I don't think that's just coach talk. I think he has changed things, and I think he made this team better through the transfer portal. So I think this year's team is better than it was going to be with Harsin. But I also think we have to give this offense time to adapt to his philosophy and Bobo's philosophy, because it's totally different than what they're doing before, and they're asking those guys to do a lot more than they were before, especially the receivers.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a transition. They're not going to look really good early.
We just got a super chat from Easy Money who put $5 down for B-Matt's side chick fund.
You know what? Yvonne and I, we met in 1988, and we've been together since then. So it's going great, and it's going to keep on going.
Oh, we love Yvonne.
But it's nice to joke around and have fun with it, though. Yep.
She's a Targaryen girl, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, definitely. We were talking about basketball earlier, B-Matt, and somebody asked, do you think this is the kind of team that could be a number 2 seed in the NCAA tournament? Your thoughts now, having seen them practice a good amount this summer.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think Walker Kessler's special. I mean, he's a guy I think, and then Jabari Smith too, I think are better than people even think they are. When both guys are hyped up pretty good, right? They're both 5 stars, you know. But I think both those guys, Kessler is more athletic than people give him credit for because they just, some people probably see him as a tall, lanky white guy. He is, but he's really athletic and he has great body control. And then Jabari Smith, from watching him, he is so much mature for his age. He plays like a veteran player. He communicates. He plays defense. He rebounds. He does a lot of those little things that you don't really see out of a freshman. So I think those 2 guys are going to be terrific. And then you got, a veteran like Al Flanagan, to help lead this team and to be a scorer, a guy who can go off for 30-something, any given night. And you got a couple of point guards I think that'll be fun to watch. And you got a whole bunch of other pieces on this team too. And yeah, I think this is a team that can absolutely be a SEC championship contender and a top 1 or top 2 seed in the NCAA tournament team. Absolutely.
All right, anything I've forgotten to ask you about, B-Matt?
The only thing I say about basketball is I love that Coach Pearl's put together a really tough non-conference schedule to challenge these guys, and they're going to have a great RPI, I think, once we get into February, March, and start talking about the tournament, that kind of stuff. I think it's going to help them a lot. No, I think we hit most of the big stuff. Yeah, from today and from the interviews. We talked to Tank and Sean Shivers too. I thought that was nice the way they talked about each other. A lot of respect for each other. And the other thing that I would say is I'm really high on Jarquez Hunter. I think Auburn found a diamond in the rough there. He's just a 3-star. He was kind of a late addition, so to speak. But I still think Sean Shivers is the number 2 guy because I think this offense fits him perfectly. Cut and go, one cut and go. And he's more of a power guy now. And I just think he's ready to have a
I guess we lost B-Matt there. My guess is that he was on Bluetooth in his car, and maybe something happened. Maybe the side chick inadvertently hung up on him. But we lost him there. That kind of stunk. Let me see if I can call him back. I don't hear him. You there, bro? I think I lost him. I don't know what's going on there. I hated that. Everybody's trying to blame you, Denton. That was weird how it just popped like that. Just like, boom, dead. So I can call him again. I'm going to try one more time, guys. I don't hear him. That was bizarre. Everybody's blaming Denton. Somebody said before we lost BMAT there that they need to be able to upgrade Brian from cricket. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. That was weird. I just popped and he was gone. And then I've called him back and I think he's answered, but I can't hear him. CJ Ellis is disgusted. I got a call coming in, but I don't know if I can hear it. Hey, caller, how you doing? Nope. I can't hear anything. That is so weird. Easy Money says the side chick cut him off, LOL. I doubt it, man. She's pretty cool. I know I've known Yvonne a long time, yo. We got a super chat coming through from Brandon T. Brandon, you may know him as Brandon Teal. Says, JGT, glad to be back, my man. Better see you at the B-Ham Bunk Lunch. It has been noted, though, bro. I want to go, and I told him that I would be there. I really want to go, but we got some big-time commitments coming through on that day, and you know Auburn's going to get at least one or two of them between Zion Cruz, Trey Donaldson, or Omari. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, I know what happened. I got so excited from what B-Matt was saying that I pulled the pulled the line out with my foot. I can blame the intern, but I won't because it had nothing to do with him. It's not even near him in the room. So now that I've got that straightened out, we will go back to Brian Matthews, whom we had in progress. Sorry, guys. Uh-oh. Oh, my bad. I did that wrong. I did that totally wrong. No. Hold on. I did that totally wrong. There we go.
Who?
B-Man!
There you are.
I lost you, bro, and that was my fault, 100%.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm next in line at the Sonic Drive-In, so you might hear me make my order.
It wouldn't be any different than with Casey Ross Miller.
Nice. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, so you were just saying your feelings about the football team are about the same as they were. I mean, you feel like this team has a high ceiling, but it also could be disappointing as well. You just don't know.
Yeah, and you look at the schedule, starting out at LSU where they've lost every game there since '99, and then hosting Georgia, which is, maybe the national champ favorite or second favorite or whatever you want to call them. That is a tough way to start the SEC. I mean, that's tough. Not to mention you go to Penn State week 3. So, that's even if things don't go well for Auburn, in those first 5 games, right there, or 6 games, or 3-3 or whatever, this team can still finish really strong after that.
For sure. And Penn State could be a real challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
I mean, they got Christian Hackenberg. They've got Saquon Barkley. They've got all those dudes from the old days, too. Keyjana Carter.
They got all those linebackers. Yeah. That's pretty good, too.
There's no doubt. All right, are you gonna what are you getting, like ice cream there, or are you eating like a real dinner? What are you doing?
No, I'm gonna get milkshakes. I'm pulling up now.
Okay, I want to hear your order.
All right.
This is the content you guys come to the Brain Drain for.
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
I'm sorry, we don't have all the ingredients.
Oh my gosh. Heartbroken. All right. Well, let me get a small cheesecake milkshake and a medium Oreo cheesecake milkshake. Does that work? Hello?
Give me one more.
Okay. Okay. I mean, banana pudding. What was that?
What else for you?
That's it?
9:13.
Thank you. Oh, man, I was looking forward to the banana pudding milkshake.
No, sir.
You're
Not getting that.
I got shut down. They don't have the ingredients. Man.
That's a good order, man.
Bad, rainy night in Auburn. Yep.
All right, B. Matt. Appreciate you. I hope you and your wife enjoy your milkshakes, bro.
We will, bro. See you later.
See you, man. Bye.
Peace out. Bye.
There he goes. Brian Matthews, an absolute legend. And a man who knows how to order at Sonic, although he got shut down. I think Blake enjoyed that as well. Sam H says they're going to spit in that milkshake. Blackbird says at this time we riot. Yeah, we're pissed. We're going to storm the Capitol. Just kidding. We're not. Mayor Mixalot says this content is worth my entire subscription. I was like, well, I got to make my order. I was like, nah, we need to hear this, guys. We need to hear this. War Eagles 02 says, damn that COVID. B-Matt says, B-Matt gave her 3 seconds before yelling, hello. CJ says BMAT's milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard. Good stuff, man. Appreciate you, CJ. Hey, what did y'all think about the guy in the bunker this week who posted engagement pics? I think it was a questionable call. Like, I mean, listen, he included pictures. So, I mean, you got to give him full credit for that. Had he not provided pictures, everybody would have been really disappointed. But he did include pictures. And I happen to think his girl was real pretty, but I think everybody was kind of making fun of her as far as I think you're making a questionable call. Corey Dub, my main man, says Wardam fam. Sorry I'm late. Corey was, well, I better not say too much. Corey was up north of Montgomery last night. I'll just leave it at that. And hanging out up there. I was not up there, but I probably would have been. Like, it seemed like a fun place to be hanging out at that time. Let's see. Mary Mixlot says Cookout came through on my. He says Cookout came through on my Nanner Pudding milkshake this past week. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's awesome that the idea that Cookout came through. My daughter, who's 19, she loves Cookout. I mean, it's like Mecca to her. And we're gonna have to ask Christian about this. I'm gonna tell you guys a little secret because I'm gonna bring this up on the show. Although Christian probably watches the damn show, so it won't be a secret. But I think Christian eats at Chipotle a lot. Like, I don't know how you guys feel about Chipotle, but I think Christian eats there a lot. So maybe we'll ask him about that too. Let me dial him up here real quick. All right, we go. Get Christian on the horn here.
Hello?
Yeah, is this Christian?
This is.
Hey, it's JG. What up, bro?
Not much. How about you?
Are you
I
chilling?
Just heard, I am chilling, but BMAT's not chilling. That was a tough order to listen through there.
Why?
Tough scenes for BMAT.
What was hard about it?
No banana pudding milkshake. I mean, what is Sonic doing?
It was disappointing. I did mention you have a particular restaurant that you are particularly interested in, right? In general.
Yes, I was there earlier today.
And can you share with the listeners how often you think that you maybe go to that place?
Yeah, so it's Chipotle. I would say I probably go there anywhere from 15 to 20 times a month. I keep a tracker every day that I go during a certain month and how much I spend there. And at the end of last month, I was up to $1,524 spent at Chipotle on the year so far. So
that seems like a lot, bro.
Yeah, it's a solid chunk of change at Chipotle.
Chat, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but he's over 1,000 for the year. God, I know this because you showed me your little data. You've got a notes app on your phone, and you're actually running the you're keeping the receipts.
Yeah, I decided that I go there so much that I don't remember where I saw it, but I saw people do it for like Chick-fil-A and some other stuff at the end of last year, and I decided, well, I go to Chipotle enough, I might as well keep track of how much I do actually go there and how much money they get from me.
Brandon T here on the show says he'll judge your, I guess, seaworthiness as a Chipotle fan by your order. So why don't you tell the listeners what you like to order there?
Yeah, so usually I'm going to Chipotle probably after the gym, and you got to get a bowl with just a little bit of brown rice. I don't need the whole bowl to be brown rice. So you get a little bit of brown rice, chicken. I switch it up between the pico de gallo or the corn salsa, just kind of what I'm feeling on the day. And then sour cream, cheese, and then just a little bit of lettuce. Same situation. If you just ask for lettuce, they'll put a whole head of lettuce on your bowl. So you got to make sure you emphasize that you just want a little bit of lettuce.
Yeah. And there you go. That's the order, Brandon T. So there you go. There's your answer. I'll let you know, Christian, I know you're waiting to hear what he thinks about that, if he approves of that or not. So we'll see.
Hopefully he approves of it. It's a pretty simple order.
AU Taxman said, how's the salmonella? All right, Christian, getting back onto onto level terms here. We were talking earlier that the 17th is shaping up to be a very big day. You were clutch in the chat to say exactly who was going to be committing, but I mean, what are Auburn's chances with those three gentlemen that will be committing that day?
Yeah, so Amari Kelly, that's one I need to look into a little bit more because I know we've talked about it that Auburn's really waiting to see what they can get out of Darius Clemens, the 4-star wide receiver out of Portland, Oregon. That could be a scenario now where he's making his commitment and Auburn has decided that they do want to take 3 wide receivers in this class. So that one, if Auburn wants to take 3 wide receivers, which I need to check into a little bit more, I believe he's someone that would be committing to Auburn. So I like Auburn's chances there. Trey Donaldson, I think he's primarily a basketball guy. And from what I've been able to track, he's really trying to bring Zion Cruz with him. He's a big Zion Cruz guy. Those two are committed on the same day, obviously. I really like Trey Donaldson to Auburn and as a basketball guy. Zion Cruz, need to look into that a little more. I'm a little shaky on Zion Cruz. I know Auburn was the leader for a little bit there, but I think the UNC offer changed things a little bit and just not entirely sure where Auburn is standing with Zion Cruz at the moment. But I do really like Trey Donaldson to Auburn, and I like Omari Kelly if Auburn decides they want to take 3 wide receivers.
All right. Brandon T has answered on your order. He says, good choice on the rice. He wants to know if you get a tortilla on the side, no guac.
I do not get the tortilla on the side, but I have a couple of friends that do that. I know it's a pretty solid option, but the main reason I don't even get the burrito to begin with is it's like an extra 300 calories just for that tortilla alone. So
yes,
try and just stick with the bowl.
And Canoe Man wants to know how you feel about sour cream.
Big sour cream fan personally.
Okay. It's just, it adds calories though, right?
It does add calories. That's the sour cream and the cheese is what'll kill you there at Chipotle, but it's too good to pass up.
Understand. Moving over to football, has anything occurred so far since camp has started to make you change your mind about anything yet?
No, I still feel a little bit shaky about this season for Auburn. I'm a little concerned it's going to be a scenario where there's 2 scenarios that I see playing out in my head. There's one where this team pulls off a miraculous win at Penn State and LSU, and everyone's riding very high. Then the Georgia game rolls around, and to put it bluntly, I think Auburn is going to get smashed in that game. I don't think it'll be particularly close. And I think things will go downhill from there in that scenario. Or the other scenario, which would probably be even worse, is a loss to Penn State and a loss to LSU, and then the eventual loss to Georgia, which will put this team at 3-3. Nothing has really made me think that this team will be able to beat Georgia, which is kind of the decider game for me. If I had to choose between one of those 2 scenarios, just from the little bit that I've seen, I would probably give them the nod against Penn State and LSU, actually, at this moment. I know those are 2 pretty tough wins, but I do like Auburn's chances there. So I think it's a scenario where this team starts off 5-0 and people are feeling pretty good, but I think the trains are going to get off the tracks at that point.
Damn, son, that sounds dark, dude.
I hate to be that dark, but that Georgia game is going to be a tough one for Auburn. I'm not excited about Auburn's chances in that game.
All right. And if the folks that we were talking about you earlier, with Jay Lee having moved elsewhere, and now you are a fully vested member of the group here, the mod squad. Talk about why you're such a badass, Christian.
Well, I'm trying to be. I mean, it's a scenario where I'm very young compared to pretty much everybody else besides old Nate King on the beat. So
Nate King,
trying to prove myself. Just trying to prove myself a little bit, and especially in recruiting, it's a scenario where you kind of gotta build your name up a little bit. So trying to do that right now. I think the bunker, I would like to say they like me. So, just trying to keep working on that and keep trying to get all the recruiting news for you guys.
Right as you said that, Blackbird says, sounds like Christian hates his life. Nah, Christian's doing good, man. He's doing good. He's doing good.
No, I love it. I'm super happy to be here. I mean, Auburn sports is a place where I would like to be for as long as imaginable. I've got my house in Auburn. I'm settled here, so I'm looking to kind of plant my roots here.
That's what we love to hear, Christian, because we love you having you on the team, bro. And we are going to be adding to the team later this coming week, right? I mean, we're not going to say who,
Monday,
but
I believe.
yeah, we have a secret weapon we're fixing to pull up into the bullpen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we've got a top prospect on the way.
A top prospect on the way. That's absolutely true, and he's going to help you with recruiting and whatever else you need, right?
Exactly. He is. I'll say this: he is a fantastic writer, just as hard of a worker as I am, and I'm really excited to have him join the team.
All right. Well, we'll talk more about him when he's added. I guess Monday. So we'll see that. All right, Christian. Another absolutely incredible performance by you, and we love having you on the show. We love having you at Auburn Sports.
Yeah, love being here. Maybe next time I'm on the show, I'll try and hit a drive-through line at the same time so I can provide a little bit more exciting content. But BMAT provided that tonight, so there you go.
There it is. All right, bro. You behave yourself.
I will.
See you,
guys
man.
Take it easy.
Bye. There he goes. Christian Clemente. He's a legend. Formerly our intern, now just a member of the staff. He's just he's worked his way up. I don't understand let's see. JM says he's G-Pits for life. Well, good. I like G-Pits. Blake R was a little turned off by Christian being negative. I mean, listen, you guys know how I felt about the season. I was a little bit more optimistic, but he also, Christian, is a very perceptive young man. So, and he looks at a lot of data, maybe that I don't look at. Definitely, if you're watching Moneyball, if you're familiar with that movie, he would definitely be like Jonah Hill's character, and I would be like one of the old guys with hearing aids going, well, the kid, his girlfriend's trouble. You know what I mean? I'm that kind of guy. Anyway, Late B says G-Pits after shows were always funny. We're actually aiming to get that back on the web soon, Leif. So, you have me to blame for that. Let's see. Corey Dub says he would like to be the Auburn sports secret weapon. You got a different skill set, Corey. We could definitely use you in some capacity. I don't know about that. Let's see what else we've got here. JM says, I don't think we had an Eat Out Missouri on the latest episode. That's true. He wants his money back. Of course, that's a funny joke because we don't charge anybody money for that show, but that's cool. I did not do an Eat Out Missouri. I should have. I just kind of got caught up with that. Let's see. Blackbird says, is he a skinny Jonah Hill? Yeah. Christian's a very thin person. It's surprising for me to hear him say, insinuate that he counts calories because he's very thin. There's not an ounce of fat on him that I'm aware of. Blake R says, did y'all pull off a coup and hire Keith Niebuhr from Auburn Undercover? Well, that is not going to happen. I did speak with Keith multiple times during the past 2 or 3 months, but he has his own plan. Keith's like my age. He has his own plan for how things are going, and I don't want to speak for him. It's not going to be Keith. Look, guys, when a Titan like Jeffrey Lee leaves at auburnsports.com, a place that he's been for however long we said, 18 years or whatever, you don't go out and hire. If Keith is available, yeah, you probably go hire Keith, but he's not available. So I've got two choices. I either hire somebody young who's going to grind and be hungry, or you hire somebody from an established recruiting reporter from Florida, from Maryland, from UCLA, from Oregon, wherever. But in the end, if I'm looking around and Christian is an extremely industrious person, he's in Auburn. He really likes being part of the auburnsports.com team. He's got a lot of team spirit, so to speak. And if he says, "Hey man, I want to take a shot at this," I'm going to give him that. He has earned that opportunity. So we're just going to let him go at it and let let that go. Alexander, you're killing me. He says, "Are y'all scalping Jeffrey Lee from On 3 Sports?" Now that would be a story if we were to steal Jay Lee back. Taylor J says, I just joined. What are you drinking tonight? Oh, it's Auburn PCE, of course. I was drinking this Bardstown Bourbon Company Prisoner. It's a 9-year Tennessee bourbon, which I imagine is Dickel. And then it's finished 18 months in wine casks from Prisoner Wine Company out of Napa, California. I was drinking this earlier, but this is a fairly expensive bottle. This retails, well, this is actually distillery collection that I got at the distillery, but if it's regular Prisoner, it's probably $100. If you find it retail, $150 or so. This is probably a $200 bottle. So I was just kind of drinking on that initially. Now I've changed gears and I'm drinking Old Bardstown Bottled and Bond, which is one of the best values in all of bourbon. And Chauncey kind of called me out on it earlier, but that's cool, man. He's right about it. Let's see. Chip says, I heard Gianna Hahn hates covering the Philadelphia Flyers and wants to come back to cover AU. I know that you would be very fired up about that, Chip. Gianna left the beat recently to go back toward Philadelphia. She's a Penn State graduate, so it's good for her to get a little bit closer to home. Let's see. Notorious MGM said, did Shannon offer fish-in rights? Fish-in rights? I'll just say this: I'm glad to know Shannon Terry. I call him the Ninja. That's my nickname for him. That's what I call him when I talk to him. I don't really know what else to say there. I just say that I love you guys at Auburn Sports, and I put my money where my mouth is, so to speak, and I doubled down on this community because this community at auburnsports.com in the bunker has been great for me personally and for my family. And you guys have been great for BMAT. I mean, BMAT's been here forever. I love BMAT, and I love being on a team with him. I love being on a team with Christian. Stoltzy's growing on me. I got to give him a little bit of trouble. He's the new guy. And the young man, we're going to be, I guess we'll announce his hire on Monday or Tuesday. As a young guy. I don't know. I just like, I love the team here, and I love you guys. And I just didn't want to leave, bottom line. And that doesn't mean that has nothing to do with Jay Lee. It's not that Jay Lee's like, oh, Jay Lee didn't give a shit. Jay Lee loves you guys too. And he told you that. And he meant that. So anyway, let's see. This is a really big one, so I can only leave this up for a minute. But Austin M. jumps in, says, been gone for a while, but back home now. Thanks for helping me settle back in with a brain drain, JG. You are the man, and I appreciate your work. And everybody that contributes to auburnsports.com, keep on rocking, my man. Appreciate you, bro. For saying that. It was very prescient for you to say that as I was talking about what I was talking about. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to give you, if my main man, Ed D, was here, he would demand that I give you an air horn for that one. Appreciate you, brother. Let's see. Taylor J. Auburn PCE says, when you come to Auburn next, I will open my EC18 with you. I'm BMAT's neighbor. I had no idea. I actually own some EC18. I picked up at Charred Oak Spirits, which is near, well, not super close to your house, but it's within a couple miles. I would love to drink it with you, bro. So we'll do that. We'll do that for sure. I'll even give you a little highlight right here. Appreciate that. It's very nice for you to share my your Elijah Craig 18. You know what's really weird is that the bottle that I got of the Elijah Craig 18 was dumped on 4/20/20. Yeah, it says on the bottle, what day it was dumped. 4/20/20, and my daughter turned 18 on 4/20/20. So it's kind of weird. It was just kind of a happenstance thing. Wait, hold on. My daughter's birthday is not 4/20. It is 4/24. Excuse me. So it was dumped on 4/24. And anyway. Corey Dub says, the feels tonight are just too much. Hugs all around. I got one for that.
This song is called Tom Sawyer, and it is about a magical, amazing, and inspired person who lifts the spirits of everyone around him by the very nature of who he is.
That is from a TV show that was on HBO a number of years ago called Togetherness, which was kind of dark, starring Mark Duplass and Jay Duplass, but and Amanda Peet. And Melanie Linksey, but I think it was just too much of a downer for people. But it was had some really brilliant filmmaking, and I think the scene in particular that I just quoted there was the very, very best I saw that entire year. Canoe Man says the Commodore is high. Intern says thumbs down on that one. Thank goodness I got you here, Denton. That's great. No, we love it, man. Trey F is in the house. What's up, JG? War Eagle? Glad to have you here, bro. Sorry my hair got a little high there. Maybe that's what you were talking about. YY4U. Look at you. What's up, bro? Long-time lurker, first-time BD chat. Loving to have you, man. You're obviously you're a bunker legend. I guess you're new to the Brain Drain fam, but that's cool. It's all good. Hickadula says, me and Jay Lee sipping on Old Smoky, the Randolph leader. You know Jay Lee would love to be the Randolph leader right now. It's come a long way from those days. I'll tell you that. That's a newspaper, of course, where Jay Lee worked when he was a very young lad. I talked about this earlier. Those of you like Canoe Man and Pocket, and if EU Taxman's still here, Blake R's been here a long time as well. Talked about this earlier, but with Jay Lee leaving and stuff, I know it's tough for a lot of folks. It's tough for me too. He's like a brother to me. But man, I'm 50 years old. Well, I'm in my 50th year, as my father-in-law would tell me. I'm 49 years old. I mean, I've been working around Jay Lee since 2003. He's like a brother to me, and I love him. I mean, I really, really love him. I told him that repeatedly to the point that I think he might have gotten a restraining order against me. But I got a lot of love for him. I got a lot of love for his son, Brooks, who's going to be an absolute stud, just like his dad. And he's got a girlfriend now named Jessica, who's an absolute star, and she has brought out she's helped him unlock some of the best stuff about him. And the Jay Lee that you guys know and love today is the best version of him. He's a winning story. He's a winner. And I'm just stoked for him. I hate that he left us. It makes me sick to my stomach that we're not together, but sometimes things like that happen, and I'm stoked for him, and I love the opportunity. Look, man, I don't really look at it as us against them, or and the same thing would go for Caldwell, Jason Caldwell over at Auburn Undercover. You guys know I like Nate as well. Nate's really close with Christian. Nate obviously was an intern here. We love Nate. And Keith, we love Keith over there. Mark Murphy's a good friend of mine too. Philip Marshall, obviously. Like, it's not me against them or us against them, man. It's all of us against time. I'm 49. Jason's 49. P. Marsh is probably 60-something. Mark's probably early 60s. I mean, it's everybody else against time. So I don't think we get caught up in that shit. And I mean, I don't see why like Hoke and Jay Lee can do just fine over there. We can do fine here, and Jason and Mark and P. Marsh can do fine over there. I don't understand. Everybody's got their strengths and weaknesses. I love those guys, and I hope you support them and you support us too, and just support the the guys that are out here trying to do good work on the Auburn beat. That's how I feel about it. And I mean, yeah, I'm partial to auburnsports.com. I love you guys. You guys have been with me, and I've been with you for a long time, 9 years now. And you guys have been there in some really tough times for me. So I don't know what to tell you. I just love you guys, and I hope you stay, and I don't see why it's got to be one or the other. Just my opinion. And I love everybody. Ornatius says, Dear Facebook. Let's see. William S. says, JG, this is such a stereotypical question, but realistically, what's our record at the end of 2021? So you heard Christian talking earlier. He was very much a realist. He thinks Auburn's going to probably lose to Penn State and Georgia and LSU, because Auburn hasn't won down there since 99, as we love to talk about, since the last time that Cole Kubelik smoked cigars on that field. So at that point, he's probably looking at a 6-win season, something like that. I thought that it would be a little bit better because I've just kind of got this feeling that Harsin and his staff are going to be able to unlock a little bit more potential maybe. But I certainly respect Christian's opinion on this stuff. I better take Christian off because he's not on the horn anymore. Thanks for reminding me, Hornatius. Just kidding. All right, so Akron 1-0, 2-0. I think they're going to win at Penn State. It's 3-0, 4-0. LSU is a loss for me, 4-1. Georgia is a loss, 4-2. At Arkansas, 5-2. Ole Miss, 6-2. At A&M, see, I think Auburn's going to win that game, 7-2. Mississippi State, 8-2. At South Carolina, 9-2. Alabama lost, 9-3. So that's kind of the basics of what I'm looking at. I think for a lot of folks, they would say 9 wins. Shit, I'll take that. Well, I would too. Just one man's opinion. That's just kind of how I'm looking at it. Some of those wins, I know that particular, some of our friends from the Ole Miss side, Georgia Rebel and Leif, would say, whoa, buddy, I don't know if you need to be saying that Ole Miss win like that. Yeah, Ole Miss, you know how it is with them. Their offense is it's thorny. It's thorny having to defend Ole Miss because, in my opinion, Lane Kiffin's the best play caller in college football, and I think the dude just has something special when it comes to offense, understanding talent, understanding how to make it work. I think he's the best in the biz at that. I just think their defense still sucks, and it's going to end up being a 42-40 game. I just think Auburn wins at home in that game, and I think Arkansas is not going to be as good this year. So I'm looking at losses to LSU, Georgia, and Alabama. And I don't necessarily think LSU is going to be awesome this year, particularly with their quarterback out now. But I'm just telling you guys, I've seen a lot of Auburn teams that I thought could win at LSU go down there and lay eggs, and it's just I don't understand. I don't understand why it happens. It just does happen. It's almost like if you're part of the Auburn life, you know what's coming. Trouble at LSU. It happens every time. Georgia Rebel says Ole Miss always sucks against Auburn, and A&M will be a challenge. I agree completely. I'm not trying to say A&M sucks. Jimbo's kind of a pain in the ass, and I don't like Jimbo very much myself personally. I've talked about it on the show before. He's one of those guys, like when he's talking to you, he's looking at your tits. And it's not because he likes my tits. It's because I feel like he just doesn't look you in the eyes very much. Talks like that. And it just weirds me out. That's going back to the 90s. I've just kind of been weirded out by him, I guess. Richard W. says, getting back to basketball. Hey, now, what's the overall weakness you see for the team going into the season? So I want to know who's going to lead this team is my question. And I think the way that BP has concerns about it too. And I think the way that he fixes that is, the way he fixes that, I think, is by talking about communication a lot. So he's always trying to set up the teams to make his most experienced players be communicators for their team, specifically Al Flanagan, Jalen Williams, Devin Cambridge. He's trying to get somebody or somebodies to step up and be like a vocal leader. And I wonder, my man, Blackbird, can you truly get to your ceiling without vocal leadership? That's the question. And I think BP feels like he's got guys who can become that. It's not going to be Walker. I don't think Walker's that guy. I could see Jabari becoming that person if he has a great first half of the season and kind of becomes that guy. I mean, Isaac had a great first half of his freshman season and became more vocal as that season went on. I think Jabari could do the same kind of thing. Walker's not that kind of person, and Al's not that kind of person. He's just not a talker. War Eagle 0008 says, thoughts on Jay Will? Exactly, man. Jalen is he's a wild card. He's a power forward, has a great shooter's touch, left-handed. He's respected on the team, but I just don't know if he's assertive enough as a person. I don't think he has that personality to just be that leader the way that Jared was, the way that Bryce became as a junior. Yeah, Chuma wasn't really that guy, but you got to have some vocal leaders. And I don't know as though this team has it yet, but again, you have guys who can step up and do it, and maybe Zepp's going to be that guy. Maybe Zepp will have a great opening part. He's certainly experienced enough. I think that's the weakness of the team right now. It's not talent. I don't know. I would like to see more shooters. I mean, I think Zepp's a shooter to some degree. I think Wen is a very vervy shooter. I just got to see what kind of percentage he puts up. I happen to think Walker's going to be a very good shooter. I just don't know. Considering the things he can do near the bucket, I don't know if you want to give him a lot of shots from three, but I know he can hit them because I've seen him. And Jabari's the same way. So, hey, Puss. Look who it is, guys. It's Sammy. It's Sammy, my kitty cat. What's up, Sam? What do you think about this, huh? You like the brain drain, peoples? Look at that. He loves you guys. Do you love the bunker? Do you like Denton? What? What'd you say? He's not a Bammer. No, he's not a Bammer. Are you a Bammer? Sammy says you're a Bammer. Would you say perhaps? Administrative assistant, what are we going to do about this? All right, Sam. I can say this right now. You are the brain drain's favorite pussy. All right, guys. Blake R says that's a badass cat. Yeah. Bye, Sam. We're going to go to the intern cam, see how the intern's doing. Let's check in with the intern. What's going on over there, Denton? You taking it easy? Look at that. Look at the enthusiasm he has over there. Unbelievable. Oh my gosh, you've already gotten your first call for your job. Blackbird says fire Denton. Unbelievable. Oh, we got another special guest. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Ow. Say hey, buddy. This is Maverick. What are you doing, Nicole? Hey, will you lick this right here? Hey, can I ask you a question? What do you think? Wait. Whoa. Whoa. Look at the peoples. Look at the peoples, bro.
Do you want some?
Oh God.
Food?
Oh. Dang. Whew. That's my pug. His name is Maverick. We named him that before the movie came out. Oh, wait, the movie hadn't come out yet. Never mind. CJ Ellis says, Sammy is a better intern than Denton. What? You guys are mean, man. Blake says Denton was sleeping. He's fired. No, he's not sleeping. He's watching Twitter right now, guys. He's my man. You have any gestures you'd like to give to the peoples, Denton? Not really. Okay, no. All right, we'll go back to the main page then. That was our intern, Denton. He's doing a hell of a job. Hornation says the intern appears to be live from his high school AV class. That's not true.
Yeah, it'd be much more high product.
Oh, it'd be more high product. Oh, wow. He is a graduate. He's a high school graduate. He went to high school in North Carolina. And his parents lived there for a period. And they are back here now. We're glad to have them. Stephen L's in the house has just jumped in here. War damn boys.
We're not even talking about the game, the actual game, when it matters. We're talking about practice.
Chip says live tweeting a live show. He's like helping me on the social media a little bit. Let's see when the last time that he updated anything on here was. It was when Christian was on the horn 28 minutes ago. Maybe we'll throw another one out there, Denton. Maybe we can say that we're talking about. Well, yeah, we can say we're giving our intern a hard time. We can do that. It's fun. I'm telling you, this guy's going to be great one of these days. He's going to be like the Stugatz of the brain drain world. He's going to be awesome. Bring the Barn says, bring back the intern cam. I wasn't done yet. That's it right there, man. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm here. Hornation says, I saw the intern eat a boog. No, come on. That's not true. That's not true. Stephen L says, yo, Sam, how are you the same one that played RB at Auburn and worked for EA Sports? I wish I had that. It's in the game. EA Sports. JP says light hazing. We're good with light hazing, of course. No one's getting hurt. Everything's good. I've known this young man since he was a baby. My wife runs a child care center here in town, a very popular child care center, and Denton was a student there years ago. Years and years and years ago. And if you need to know for sure, he played safety when he played football. He's a safety.
All 12 plays.
Yeah, he was more of a baseball player. More of a baseball player. Notorious MGM asks a question. He says, do you constantly wonder, for anybody out there, how much Gabe is enough on G-Bits? God, that's mean. Mobile alum, 1991. I know this girl right here. This is JG, long time no see. When we doing a watch party at Voodoo in Mobile? Oh man, watch party in Mobile would be tough. Although I don't know what the internet situation is there. I'd have to get up with Miss Jan and Mr. Michael on that one and see. It would be fun though, because my daughter goes to school right across the street there, and of course we have some great bunks who are from Mobile, including Mobile alum 1991. Let's see, Locked On, DJ HK. Of course, Reese Dismukes is down that way. Chip is down that way. Obviously, he's a legend. And we got tons of Mobile people. I just forgot. Canoe Man says Gabe is awesome. I happen to think Gabe is hilarious. I don't know how much Gabe we're going to get on the show now because we don't have a title sponsor at this moment right now. We're still going with Cathead as like a secondary sponsor, so I don't know if we have enough to pay him the way that we should be paying him. So there may not be as much Gabe on. But, oh, hell, I forgot about J-Head, too. I meant to check. Has J-Head been posting? Yeah, I know he was posting the other day. I know that. I know it's kind of a tricky situation for him because he, J-Head is he hadn't posted for a couple, 3 days, I guess. J-Head is an interesting case. He is I don't know if like there's a more honest person you'll ever know than J-Head. And let's see, Wargle 0008 says HK is a Huntsvillian. Not the HK I know. He's down in Mobile, yo. Brighter Redneck Ideas says he is Mobile as well. Pocket Watch says Gabe is the man. Huge fan of Power Mizzou. I'm just talking about me personally, like in my personal life. Like I'm a big Gabe fan. I talk with Gabe on the text machine probably every day. God, it's too loud, you guys. Hey, caller, welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Is this who I think it is?
It might be.
This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is Stoltzy. What up, bud?
How much are you?
I'm gonna give you a Y on this one.
Why?
Oh, would you rather have an IE?
Oh yeah, no, I'll go with the Y. I'll go with the Y.
I feel like there's too many.
I like the Y.
There's too many like vowels there. Like you got a U, an I, an E. It's a lot.
I think having a Z in your last name is pretty badass, though.
Oh, that is true. That doesn't happen all the time, does it?
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Well, I would like to welcome. This is Brian Stoltz. This is as of today, he is our newest hire. We won't be able to say that a whole lot longer. But what up, Stoltzy?
I'm drinking Elijah Craig right now.
Like regular Elijah Craig?
Let me look at the bottle. No, Elijah Craig, the Toasted Barrel. The Toasted Barrel, and it's quite delicious.
Toasted. Look at you. That's a tough one to find, bro.
Yeah, actually, it's a housewarming gift from my friend Rob, who just left. Him and his wife just left, who are in from Jersey, who were moving their daughter, who's going to be a junior, into her new apartment. So it was a housewarming gift from them, and I'll happy to drink whatever one will buy me. So
of course,
and watching U.S. kick some Japanese butt right now.
In what sport?
In the women's basketball final. U.S. is up 16-5. It hasn't been close.
Well, we haven't lost a game in like 10 years or something, right?
Well, that's true.
Look at this.
Neither had our equestrian team either.
We thought you were making some progress to the bunker, but all of a sudden we've got people wondering about you. Ooh, not sure about you. Who is this guy? Oh, brother, this guy. I don't know, man.
They'll come around. Like I said, I'm an acquired taste.
Yeah, you're a Cubs fan.
Cubs fan.
Yes.
Cincinnati Bengals fan. And if I said my soccer allegiances already. So Fulham and Hamburg, and they're both in their second division. So I like to support the underdog.
Yeah, everybody here hates soccer. That's the problem.
Oh, we'll screw them.
And you're not mixing your bourbon with anything, are you? Just drinking it straight like you should?
Oh, absolutely. Well, with a couple of rocks, or what people would call ice.
I was gonna say, you eat rocks with those? Jeez.
Yeah, some pop rocks. Have you never mixed pop rocks in bourbon?
No, I haven't.
It sounds like the best experience ever.
Hey,
and per the Auburn legend, you won't die.
Has anything from camp so far tickled your fancy, Stoltz?
I like the attitude of TJ Finley. I like the fact that when he did not hit the receivers right in the numbers, he got angry at himself. And I like seeing that. Even though it was the first day of practice, he was being hard on himself and kind of demanding perfection from himself, and I kind of like seeing that. I thought it was pretty good. So that's kind of what. And also Tink Bigsby. I know people in the bunker love the Cavs. Love talking about Cavs. Tink Bigsby Cavs are freaking out of this world. So no wonder nobody can take him down.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the Isaac Okoro Cavs, and you were talking about calves.
Yeah, calves. Yeah,
calves.
Sorry.
On the bunker, we call them calves.
Calves. Oh, calves. Okay. Well,
Yes.
I'm sure I'll get some shit for that anyway.
Of course.
Yeah. So I just figured. What?
Of course, they'll find a way.
Yeah. All right. Well, I have thick skin. I can take it.
Of course you do.
I can take it. Anyway. All right. Well, I just figured I'd call in and say hello.
You got any opinions on basketball, Stoltz?
I cannot wait to see Jabari Smith and Kessler.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Jasper is going to be amazing at point guard for us. And Wendell Green as well. I like him as well. I think the kid from Georgia, I forget his name right now. What's his name?
There's a bunch.
The kid, no, the transfer from Georgia.
Oh, Katie Johnson.
Yeah, he's going to be a big asset for us. I think they're going to be very good. As long as they beat Kentucky in the game here, I'll be happy.
Listen to you. So you grew up in Greenup, Kentucky, which is about 100 miles east of Lexington, and you
It's
don't
about 2 hours east of Lexington.
You don't like Kentucky, though, right?
I don't like Kentucky. I've probably been to, I think in my lifetime, over 150 games at Rupp Arena because my parents had season tickets. I actually played in Rupp Arena 2 games in the state tournament in 1997 for the Green County Musketeers. We got beat by Jared Lorenzen's team, the Highlands, the Fort Thomas Highlands. Yeah, the old hefty lefty beat us in the quarterfinals of the state tournament.
Rest in peace.
He was a good basketball player too.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, that was a sad story.
Hey, Notorious
He
MG.
seemed like a good guy.
Oh, he was absolutely a good guy. Notorious MGM asks, wants to know if you have a glass coffee table. What does that mean?
I don't even have a coffee table.
Well, you lose it, Notorious.
I have a nice island in the middle of my kitchen.
Oh.
I moved in this new apartment. Yeah, it's really nice. And I have 4 bar stools there. And I'm sitting there right now and watching this game. And yeah, I don't think I need a coffee table. So I have this recliner. I have a table next to it where I can put my drink and, or beverages sodas when I'm working. And yeah, so I don't have a coffee table. Why would anybody have a glassy coffee table? I would go with wood.
Well, I think that just means that you're more of a baller. Hey, have you had a girl come through and kind of the layout of your place?
Well, does my friend's wife count?
Yeah. You just need a girl. You need a girl to kind of okay.
Oh, my friends. Well, Roy Parker, the legend at the athletic department. His son's wife came over, helped me measure for rugs, which I didn't know there was that electronic thing you could do with the lasers to measure it, which was pretty cool. And their son helped me put together my patio furniture. And yeah, I got an approval. She's making me some abstract art as well. She's painting some original stuff. So
Are you talking about Tate?
Tate's wife, yeah.
Yes,
Tate's wife, yeah.
Tate has one of the great first names I've ever known.
Tate? Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's spelled the same way, I guess. I'd rather have a last name Tate.
Well, me too.
Well, I guess so.
I just feel like any name that ends in Z is probably a baller, but I would still rather have Tate though. You know,
it's easier to spell. The amount of people who call me Schultz, the amount of people who put a CH in my last name, which is not even there, drives me nuts.
There's not even a C there.
There's no C. There's no H either.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
And the amount of actually, my friend Chris Spraggins, I call him the mayor of Auburn because everyone in downtown Auburn knows him. He still has me in his phone as Schultz, and I've known him for 10 years now. And the amount of people who pronounce it that way just drives me nuts, which I shouldn't admit because now everyone's going to be cool. Call me Schultz, but
Hornatius, do it, man.
Yeah,
yeah.
I shouldn't have said that. Well, they already know my initials, which are worse. So
see, if you hadn't brought that up, it would have been fine.
Yeah, I know, but my parents didn't like me, I guess.
Yeah, you know.
In fact, my dad got me golf balls with my initials on them, inscribed on them. So, you know, if you ever see BJS golf balls laying around, please return them to me.
To their rightful owner, yes, sir.
I'll use them. Yes, that'd be great.
All right, Stoltzy. It was great having you on, your debut on the Brain Train, and you just keep on trucking, bro.
It. I shall. I'm about to go to bed because I have an early tea time.
All right. You be good then.
All right.
See you.
I will. See you, buddy. Bye.
He's got an early tea time, guys. I got to make sure I add him to the group here. It says that I have the option of either adding his name to that call or block him. I'll go ahead and make him a contact. Yeah, we'll do that. It's not letting me now. Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe not. We'll do that another time. God, that ring was so loud. That's my fault, though. I got to go back to where I am on Do Not Disturb so that doesn't happen again. There was a couple of statements here. First of all, Bazoo says JG at Barstool will be the she. Listen, if Portnoy calls me and he wants to have a conversation with me, I'm in, okay? Just saying. My background is definitely more Barstool than it is like something that's not Barstool. I mean, let's go through a few things that would qualify me for being Barstool. First of all, I'm on Team Pipe Layer. Okay. Second of all, I was a fraternity president. Third of all, I was charged when I was a student at Transylvania University with endangerment of student life, which is a level 3 violation, which potentially gets you kicked out of the university. And all I was doing was me and my homie John, me and my homie Rains, we were Plessy was this chick we knew, Kai Omega. Of course, we only partied with Kaios because that's the only chick you could party with at Transy. My wife's Kyle. We made a 55-gallon drum full of hooch, which was Kool-Aid and pure grain. Dipped her in it. We called it hooch diving. I had one leg, he had another leg, and she just kind of went face down and then sucked it in like a guppy, and then we pulled it out. That's it. That's all we were doing. We did that with her. We did that with Fullington. We did that with some of the other girls. And they consider that the endangerment of student life. And that's bullshit, right? I mean, that's not even that's not even like potential endangerment, because as I told Dean Thompson, like if we had dropped Plessy, okay, first of all, she's in water. She's not even going to land that hard. Second of all, the first time she kicks a little bit, it's going to tip over. All the pooch is going to rush out. She's going to be fine. She's going to be able to breathe. It's not a big deal. He's like, well, what if you held her legs there? I'm like, we're not going to do that. It's Plessy. We love Plessy. I mean, and then there's some other shit that I would just want to talk to him about directly, just privately. But anyway, I'm just saying. I mean, I've done what I need to do. I feel like I've proven myself. MWF0001, our main man in Oklahoma, says seems legit, not necessarily in danger. Thank you for seeing my way on this. She was not in danger. D Lucky says face down, sucked it in, and pulled it out. That's my kind of Saturday night. You see, my man coming through. Let's see. Canoeman says I drained for Jazzy Joe. I actually got a text from Jazzy yesterday. Said, sorry I haven't been on the brain drain. He's been teaching his girl to drive. So he drives an absolute legitimate, semi. You guys know, showed it on the show before. And so he's got this gal that he's been rolling around with. He actually sent me pictures. He kind of sends me pictures from the road every now and then. The last picture he sent me, he was at the All-Star game in Colorado with this gal who, unfortunately, an F in the chat for this one, is a Bammer. But she's pretty. She's a pretty girl, and I think he really digs hanging out with her. So they've been riding around the country, and he's been trying to teach her how to drive that rig of his. So that's what's been going on. Roadrunner says, was she wearing a skirt? Oh, boy. She was not wearing a skirt. She was wearing white shorts that were half red when she finished. And it wasn't for the bad reason. It was for a good reason. It was because she was she was face down in the hooch. William Stovall says 55KA. You know what I'm talking about, bro. Come in this room right now and I'll give you the handshake too, bro. I was SMC. Kappa chapter, baby. 55KA. What? You know what I'm talking about. Notorious MGM says, how about some OL chatter? Dude, here's the thing. Javion was asking for that earlier. He wanted a depth chart on offense because I did a defensive one earlier. I just don't have enough intel on offense to put together a depth chart that means anything right now. So my goal is for when we do this show next week, I have an offensive depth chart for you, at least a shot at it. On defense, I've got a slightly better idea of how to do that. And I put one together earlier, like I said, but offensively, I'm just not there. Let's see. Chip says Jazzy Joe can get her to renounce her Bammerdom. I just get the feeling that she's not interested in that. I kind of had to do a little bit of that myself when I started hooking up with administrative assistant back in the day because she's from Louisville, and when I met her, she was a Louisville fan, which I was not okay with. Giving the Joni Hill, and I still tease her about that, but she always says, "I helped pay for him to go to UK, so I blah, 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 whatever." I paid for that shit too. Ravine's in the house, my man. Where's Ed Darby? He would say I give you a DJ air horn on that one. Ravine's in the house. Sorry I missed the drain today. Yeah, missed shit. We're still here, bro. I'll have to catch the replay in the morning on the drive back home. Keep on keeping on, JG War Eagle. That guy right there, man. Ravine. Absolute legend. Brain drain royalty. I have no idea if he's on the bunker or not. He's always really sly about that, but I'm just telling you, the guy's a G. MWF0001 knows what I'm talking about. Canoe Man says he's referring to Jazzy Joe's girl who's a Bammer. Says, well, she's driving that big rig decked out in orange and blue, so there's that chipper. Absolutely. There's no doubting that that's an Auburn rig. I mean, it's all over the place. And he sent me some stickers, yo. He has stickers on the side for like notable players that he thinks deserve commendation, which would include, I know for a fact Carnell's on there. I know Carlos Rogers is on there. I know BP is on there. Well, he's not a player, but he's a coach. And some other folks as well. So Taylor J, let's see, Auburn PCE, excuse me, says I'm disappointed with the way college football is heading. I wonder, are you talking about NIL? Maybe you are, and the kind of the blurred lines there. Respects to Robin Thicke on that about what's an amateur and what's not. They're not technically getting paid by the people who are like they're not getting paid by Auburn. They're getting paid for other people. So to me. I don't know. I'm good with it myself. Corey Dubs says, I hope the wife drives my big rig tonight. I got to be careful on that one because I know your wife, and she's a very pretty girl. So, I mean, in a way, I hope that you do for your sake. But I also feel weird because I know her too. So we'll just leave that one. We'll let that one sit. Notorious MGM says, is Will Wade he who shall not be spoken at the NCAA? Hey, man, look, I'm just like y'all. I don't know how he still has a job. Intern? He has no idea how the hell Will Wade has a job either. Nobody understands this. I don't even know if LSU fans understand this. He's literally on a federal wiretap saying he's making a big-ass offer to somebody, and they're like, nah, that was misinterpreted. What he meant was, like, stop. He's a cheater. He's paying players. We know this. War Eagle 0008 says Sunisa Lee, who's soon to be an Auburn Tiger within days, is going to be the highest paid athlete in college athletics. Yeah, she is, man. I think you're right about that. We've been arguing this, and I feel weird saying this because of how big Bo Jackson was at his peak, but I think Sunisa Lee is going to be the biggest star athlete Auburn has ever had at Auburn, like for the time at Auburn, because, you know, Bo was big at Auburn, but he got super big after that, and Sunisa is already super big. So I will say this without – I don't want to go too far into this, but Brian and I have been talking about putting somebody on the Sunisa Lee beat full time. No shit. I'm not kidding about that. I think we're actually going to do that. We've kind of been scheming on how we're going to do it and how we would pay for it and who it would be, but I think we're going to put somebody on the Sunisa Lee full time. I think we're going to do that. We're going to make that like a whole thing. Just kind of like, you know, what she's up to, what her latest deals are, how she's training, all that shit. I think there is a group of people that would care because I'm telling you, she's huge and she's only going to get bigger because she's got a chance to be great at the next Olympics too. She's going to slay in the NCAAs. It's time, bro. War Eagle 0008, I'm so glad that you're on my team about these kids should be able to make some money. This is her time to cash in. Glad they're letting her get paid for the NIL. Hell yeah. Perfect time. Notorious MGM says Gus's hair, hell no or hell no. I told you guys, yo. I talked to him on the phone the other day, and he was like, man, it's just time catching up with me. I said, Gus, man, come on, bro. I color my hair. I know what it looks like. And he gave me some non-answer like, well, you know, JG, you probably do know about that. I was like, don't start with me. No, I really do like Gus. It's weird. Like in the beginning, I didn't. And then by the time he left, I really liked him. I mean, you guys, I don't think there's a lot of people on this show or on the bunker that like really hate him personally. They're just pissed off that he kept losing to Georgia and never could win at LSU and shit like that, which is a completely reasonable reason to not like him. But he's actually a good dude, man. I promise. He's good people. I swear it. I believe it. Corey says, seriously, what's the deal with Gus's hair? Is it blonde or gray? Hard to tell from the pics. I think it's colored though. Actually, B-Matt brought up a good point. I think he was saying at pre-rundown the other day that he thinks that Gus has been coloring his hair all along. He just is coloring it a different color now. War Eagle 0008 still going on Sunisa Lee. Says, how great is college athletics for someone like her? She'd be nowhere without it. She'll be on the SEC network 24/7. I don't know about that, but I'm stoked that she's going to be here. It's going to be insane. I mean, I'm just fired up about it. I think we're going to put somebody on her full time. Mobile Alum says, are you freaking pumped about basketball or what? I am. This team is sick. Absolutely sick. And if they don't get injured, this team is going to be a real problem. Because they got a lot of dudes. A lot of dudes. Notorious MGM with another good question. Says over under on the days AG remains the AD. Good question. Good question. I'm going to stick with what I said earlier. I will be surprised if he's the AD on January 1st, 2022. And I don't necessarily think – I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how it's going to work out. But one way or another, I don't think he'll be the AD here. I just feel like the writing's on the wall. But Auburn doesn't want to get rid of him right now because, again, they're looking for a president. You want the president to be able to have leeway on who to sign or who to hire for that spot. So when like Corey Dubs asked me any guesses on the next AD, like it's impossible to know that. Like I'm talking about the full-time AD without knowing who the president is. It could be, I don't know who it's going to be. I was hoping it was going to be Hargraves because I happen to like him and I think he would be great for Auburn. I just wonder if we're so far along now that he's been a candidate this long that I don't know if Auburn would go with him now. So I think it's going to be somebody outside. And if they hire some dude from, who wherever, I'm just making up shit, like University of Washington, well, that person may have very strong opinions on, hey, I need to bring Jennifer with me, the AD at Washington, or I've got a friend at Duke or something like that. I don't know. It's impossible to say. So I can't really say. I mean, Blackbird's asking list of candidates I'd like to see for AD. I just can't even. Like I've told you guys before, I feel like Auburn should have hired Dan Radakovich or Scott Etheridge when they hired Jay Jacobs. Scott Etheridge, of course, the former kicker at Auburn, who is now he was a television executive for a number of years. Now he's kind of a consultant in that sphere. I think he would have been huge for helping Auburn maximize its footprint in the digital multimedia world. Dan Radakovich, who at that time I think was an assistant at LSU, I think he was the deputy at LSU, is now the AD at Clemson, and I mean, you know how that went. He's doing great. So I just can't really sit here and tell you who I think it should be. I just don't know. Hayden says, JG, you're the man. These drains get me through 2-hour drives to and from Auburn. Where you going, bro? You going to Birmingham? Going to Huntsville? You going to points north of Atlanta? Maybe you're going to maybe points south of Atlanta, Milledgeville, somewhere like that. I don't know. My man, MWF, up in the northeast corner of Oklahoma. One of my favorite places in the whole world to be. I volunteer myself as tribute for the SUNY beat, JGT. Hope it pays well. Oh, it pays great, man. $20 a story. Unbelievable money if you can get it. Had something really weird happen to me recently. I'm going to tell you guys a little story. So, I went to a small – I only tell the story because MWF was talking. I went to a very small school in Oklahoma. MWF is in Oklahoma. I went to a very small school in Tulsa, Oklahoma. At the time, it was like it was playing in the version of NAIA or the AISA as we would have in this state. Very small group, very small schools. I had 65 people in my senior class. And our school has grown a lot since I left and is now competes in the public school league there in Oklahoma. And it actually won a state title this year. I'm just telling a real quick story here. And our star player, Owen Ostrowski, kind of befriended him a little bit on Twitter, and his dad, who was a former Tulsa player. I said, hey, man, I'm a Holland Hall graduate. I went to I'm on the Rivals Network. Obviously, if there's anything I can do for you, I'd be glad to help. And he was already good. He's going to play University of Tulsa. He was committed to Army at one time, but he switched that to Tulsa. And so I made a comment on the board the other day. I don't know if you guys saw it. You guys probably saw it. You don't give a shit about it. But we were talking about poison ivy. And I made a statement of I had to go to the hospital for poison ivy when I was at summer camp in 87 or whenever the hell that was, which is true. And I came this close to being able to hook up with Jamie Critchfield, but I didn't get to because of that fucking poison ivy because I had to go to the hospital. It took me 2 days out. I got totally out of rhythm. It was only a 12-day session. That was like day 8. All of a sudden I come back on day 10 and it's too late. I can't get what I get. I can't get what I came for. So I'm like, hey man, I wonder what Jamie Critchfield's doing. I'm just curious. It's been 25 years since I've even given a shit. So I Google this. She is that guy's mom. I couldn't believe it. She was the football player that I was talking to from Holland Hall. That was his mom. That's his fucking mom. So, I mean, seriously, like I know like 3 people in the state of Oklahoma at this point, and the 2 of them, one is the mom and one's the son. It's unbelievable. I don't know how that happens. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know how that happens. Taylor J says, JGT, what's your opinion of the – first of all, MWF, appreciate you, bro. Thank you. JGT, what's your opinion of the athletic department's social media? It could be better. I'm going to leave it like that. There's been a lot of turnover. I'm a big fan of Austin Penny, who was doing social media work at Auburn, and he's not there anymore. I think he got run. I don't understand how that happened. I think the guy is incredibly qualified. There's been a lot of turnover. And I just wish that it could be better. Looks like some people are reacting to my weird story about Ostrowski. I'm baffled myself. I went to her Facebook page and I couldn't believe it. I was like, how in the world, like statistically speaking, like the likelihood of that happening is 1 in a billion. I'm just like, how could that possibly happen? Canoeman says Auburn basketball social media is on point. Well, sort of. I mean, it has been, but I think Jeff, who was doing basketball social media the last 2 years, or he was doing the video for it, I think he moved over to football. You guys might know more about that than I do because I kind of lose track of it. But Jeff is the absolute man. He's the man. I think he's doing football now. So I don't know. Like, I know Cody does a lot of that for basketball. I love Cody, even though I call him a shithead all the time. He knows I love him. He's from Iowa. He's a huge head. He loves Arsenal. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to not like him, but he's good. Let's see. I guess we're going quick here. Notorious MGM says, worried about the RB room. I am not. Tank is not necessarily the most vocal leader, but Sean is. And Jarquez, as I understand it, is a very humble individual. So, no, I'm not worried about the RB room at all. I think that's a good group. Mobile Alum says, how soon do you think Oklahoma and Texas start playing in the SEC? How do you think their joining affects AU? Good question. I don't think it necessarily affects AU anything different than everybody else. It's going to bump up revenues by a third, and I think it's going to make things a little bit more challenging when you've got to play Oklahoma. I don't necessarily think Texas has been. We talked about this on the brain drain, but I think Texas is approximately Tennessee in terms of football. Now, is Sarkisian going to take them to higher heights? Possibly. I like him. But he hadn't really had a chance to do that yet, and Tom Herman certainly didn't do that, and Mac Brown fell off pretty precipitously there at the end. So if you look at the last 10 years, Tennessee and Texas are about the same, so I'm not real worried about that. But Oklahoma has been pretty good. So, but it's no different than what Ole Miss or Missouri or Arkansas's got to deal with when they dial up Oklahoma. You know, it's going to be a dogfight. The talk is that officially that's going to go in, 2025, I think? But we keep getting indications that it's going to go down earlier. Notorious MGM says, did I miss the Truesdale discussion earlier? Spelled incorrectly. A little bit, yeah. So I think something's going on with him. I think Jake Crane was the first person to mention that. I'm not trying to be 100 on that. Because I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter. I think Twitter is toxic as shit, and I don't like being there. Spend as little time as possible. That's why I have the intern doing this, hopefully. Thumbs up. I spend my time on the bunker. But I think something's going on there. I'm going to try to get a little bit more information as soon as I can. I'll just put it that way. I don't want to get involved with this while I'm on the air with you guys because I want to try to focus on what we're doing here. Let's see what's going on here. Corey Dub says, any previous Auburn running back comparisons to Jordan Ingram? Spelled incorrectly. That's Jordan, I believe. I need to see a little bit more. Just give me a little bit more data, Corey, and I'll get back with you on that one. I just need to get. I need to be able to talk to Lack a little bit about it, and I just want to see a little bit more. I know you guys want to know, and I want to get it for you. I just don't have that information yet. Georgia Rebel says, Texas, the Longhorns are in the mix for Arch Manning, who is like probably the most important quarterback recruit since Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence. Certainly there. Maybe even before that. I don't know. Those two guys were huge at the time. JP says Twitter is way too political with all the vaccine politics. Dude, I am so done with that shit. I'm so done with that. I'm just not a very political person myself. I mentioned there was a Canoe Man, I see you, buddy. There was a thread on Rebel Grove that I jumped in earlier. It was like, describe where you are on the political spectrum. I think it said like ultra liberal was 1, middle was 5, and the ultra conservative was 10. And I describe myself as anywhere from 5.5 to 6.5. which is kind of where I am. But, man, I was an 8 at one point, and I've moved the other direction. I've just kind of been bothered by some shit that's going on. But it's like I'm not going the other direction too far because there's shit going on over there I don't like. I just kind of feel stuck in the middle. I just want people to get along and get shit done, and let's move forward. That's all I want to do. I felt like in the 80s and the 90s we did that. We're not doing that now. And it just pisses me off. And every time I get on Twitter, I feel like I'm getting myself back into these political debates. And I'm pissed off about things on both sides. And so I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter. I do spend time on Reddit. And I just kind of have that catered to my own personal tastes, which is generally not politics, which is 100% not politics. Good. There was a good question on Notorious MGM. Says bigger source of misinformation, Bunker or Twitter? I set up a new board just for COVID, the COVID corner, and I move a lot of stuff there. But people invariably get mad at me because I don't move enough or I move too much over there. And this guy was pissed off the other day. Look, man, we got a couple people who work in ERs. Steve Sawbone and Mr. Hickory both work as physicians. I'm tempted to let them speak their mind about what they're seeing in their hospitals. I'm sorry. I mean, if you guys think that's bullshit, that's fine. But I just feel like somebody there with their boots on the ground, I'm interested to hear what they have to say. And I think based on the number of comments that we're getting in those threads, other people are interested as well. I don't feel like those threads have been inherently political. Tickle Dunn loves to get in there and try to turn them political, and I just try to excise it, and we try to keep it on target. But I let a few of them in, but there's some other people that try to say some different stuff, and they're like, yo, man, I know what I'm talking about. I'm like, dude. It's tough, man. I don't want to, censor people. That's not really me. I'm like a Rage Against the Machine. Let's fucking say what we want to say, but I also do run the site, and I got to be serious about it. I'll just tell you guys, I scheduled my appointment for my vaccine the day that I was eligible, literally. And I wasn't even eligible because of my age. I was eligible because I was media. I was hoping to get vaccinated on March 13th. I ended up getting vaccinated on March 14th. I am 100% in favor of vaccines. If they offer me a booster tomorrow, I would take it. I don't care if you call me a sheeple. I just don't want to get COVID. I'm 49 years old. I've got AFib. I'm not interested in taking any chances. I've got a wife and a daughter and an intern, and I want to make sure that I'm here for them. You heard me there, buddy. And I'm just not taking any risks. Don't care. If you want to call me a sheeple, I'm fine with that. I'm not going to rag on you. It's all good. Notorious MGM says, would the COVID corner be the worst place to meet a Bunker poster? The answer is yes. Yes, it would be. Yes, it would be. WarEagle0008 says, vaccinated because I can read statistics. I'm not trying to turn this political, and he's not either. I'm just saying that's how I felt about it. Anthony R says, JG, how is the FOF coming along? Is that a reference to FIFA? I don't know what FOF means. That has some relevance to FIFA, though. What does it stand for? FOF? Festival of Football? Yeah. I have the Isak card. I have the Gomez card. Yeah. I may have a few other ones. I don't know. No, I have a Ferran Torres card, too. JP says COVID is hell on men in their 40s. Look, man, if that's true or it's not, I just know that I'm going to do everything I can to not get the COVID, okay? I don't want to play that game. Y'all can, and I don't mind, and I'm not trying to hate. You guys don't want to take the vaccine. That's cool with me. As far as I see it, it's between you and you. Oh, Canoe Man says football-only facility. Shit, my bad. I thought you were talking about FIFA. It's good, Anthony. My bad. I didn't mean to, I thought you were talking about FIFA. They have some walls up. It looks about a year out from me. I am a message board moderator. I'm not a construction guy, so I don't really know. But, yeah, there are a lot of walls up. They're still doing wall stuff. So they're kind of in that phase. There's a lot of – all the dirt's been moved. They put footers down. Now it's wall time. And that's kind of what they're doing. Notorious MGM says, will you still be alive when the Coliseum is imploded? That's going to be a health scare when it implodes, bro. I like being in there, though. B-Mac goes over there to walk a lot, and I go with him sometimes. I love walking in there. And for whatever reason, it's a very popular place for flag girls to go and, like, practice. So if you are a college student at Auburn, a male, and you like sexy girls that pitch flags around, you need to be there. I am not that person. I do not fit into that demographic. However, if I were you, I would go there. Canoe Man says we need to break walls down. That sounds like something Zach De La Roca would say. Let's see. Taylor J says JGT Dirks. I have never eaten at Dirks. Down the Street Cafe, which I have eaten at and enjoy. Or Martin's, which we drove by the other day on our way to El Rey Burrito Bar, and we have never eaten there, too. We went there one time. We didn't get to eat there. So I'm going to go down the street on that one. Good food there, for sure. I can't really comment on the others. Brighter Redneck Ideas, one of our Mobile people, says, I've had my vaccine since April. Glad to hear it, bro. Chip says he saw Hootie and Carrot Top at BEMC. Probably not at the same time. But, yeah, I've seen Hootie, too. I'm not scared to say it. I liked Hootie. Like 94. Hold My Hand. Only Want to Be With You. Let Her Cry. Time. Let's see what else we got. What's that song from Fairweather Johnson, bro? I like Hootie, man. We had a beat writer back in the day named Jimmy DeButts who ended up moving to up toward Annapolis. I think he's in I think he works at the Naval Academy now. He was from South Carolina, and the Hootie and the Blowfish were from South Carolina. He was always like, Hootie and the Blowfish, you're awesome, dude. I was like, they're okay, I guess, whatever. I don't give a shit about that. Notorious MGM says, is B-Mac getting shape or out of shape for football season? Dude, B-Mac, he's in great walking shape all the time now. He walks every day. Like I think he shoots for 12,000 steps. Your boy shoots for 10, and I usually hit it. Today, yeah, I'm at 10,200. I got it a good bit today. Let's see. Chip says, is Hamburger King still operational in MGM? Only time I tried to go, sign on the window said gone fishing. It was, although I think I'm on a group on Facebook called Lunch in the Gump, and I think they were saying it's closed. Uh-oh. I'm getting the wrap it up text from administrative assistant. But that's just the first warning. That's not a big deal. Denton, do we worry about the first warning? No, we wait for the second warning. That's right. But I want you to know, now Denton's 19. We want to make sure we tell him good advice. When women say no, you respect the boundaries. It just so happens that I know Miss Courtney really, really well. We've been together since 92, so I mean I kind of understand, But in general, when a girl says no, you want to say you want to back off. You know what I mean? Notorious MGM says, is Breathless BMAT the best BMAT? Of course, we love that. He goes, all right, guys, yeah, the team looked really good tonight. I mean, seriously, there's a lot of stairs though. To be fair, he probably went up eight flights. No joke. Canoe Man says Jake Crane gets 10,000 steps a day. Wait, what did I say about Jake? I didn't say shit about it. Corey says, how was Chris's hot dog still open? That's a Montgomery institution, bro. I must admit that I don't eat there anymore. It's been a long time since I had any Chris's hot dogs. But, Corey, I tell you what, bro. I would go with you if you wanted to go down there. They seem fine to me. I feel like you end up eating those because people tell you that it was Montgomery history, not because you like them. Let's go to the intern cam on this one. Intern who was born in Montgomery, spent a fair portion of his life in Montgomery. Would you eat Chris's hot dogs? He says he doesn't know and he doesn't trust it. Wow, thank you for that, Denton. Great stuff. What an absolute legend. Chip says Denton is past curfew. How about that? Canoe Man says it's absolutely MGM. Yeah, it is MGM royalty, dude. Hey, actually, I was having a conversation with some of you guys who were Old school Montgomery people. I know that's probably 5% of you guys, but Notorious says I said that Jake Crane skips leg day. I don't have any idea. Anthony R says JG, any intel on Darius Clemens? He's the young man, the wideout from Portland, Oregon. That's kind of out of zone, right? That's a long way from Auburn, and he doesn't have any obvious Auburn. It's not like his parents are Auburn people or anything, but Harsin had a pre-existing relationship with him. The staff did. I actually think Auburn's got a really good shot here, but I don't have any great intel on that. I just know they've been it made him a priority from the very beginning, and I know that Cornelius has been working his ass off to try to get this kid. So, I think Auburn's got a really good shot there. And honestly, if they get him plus Jay Fair from Texas, I mean, if they take Omari, that's probably it at wideout. That's a really good group. Corey Dub says, JG apparently doesn't skip calf day. I do not skip calf day. I would be surprised if there's somebody on the bunker that has bigger calves than I do. I have absolutely massive milk jug calves. As big as they could possibly be. Chip says, we never see JGT pour any bourbon, but there's always some in the glass. I literally just poured some. This some bitch was like a quarter full. And this is my second bottle. I was drinking off the prisoner earlier. I don't want to kill it. Look at that beautiful brown, Chip. Look how pretty that is, bro. Beautiful bourbon. Beautiful. All right. Is it time for us to go to Girls We'd Poke? Where's Hornatius? Notorious MGM says, does Auburn cover 37 against Akron? I would go under on that. I would not take that. I would take Akron. D Lucky says, hit the like button, peeps. If D Lucky says so, we need to do it. Hornatius says, we would all have huge calves. Thank you for using that properly. If we had to walk around with that huge melon. You talking about mine? I only wear a 7.5, bro. It isn't that big. Anthony R says, any reason we let up on Quinshaw Judkins from Pike Road? It's actually PRS, Pike Road School. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not that he did anything wrong. I just don't know as though Auburn was like insanely in love with him. You know what I mean? Like, he's a good player. I think he's a really good player, but I just wonder if they feel like Alston is their guy and they really love him, which they really do. I don't know. At some point, you're just kind of like, Super chat coming through from Biscuit, who checked in like 3 hours ago. No, we're only 3 hours and 23 minutes in, so more like 2.5 hours ago. Remember he said he was going with a dinner friend? Remember that, guys? Shoot, man. I'm sorry. Stoltz not on the horn anymore. My bad on that, yo. Colin Biscuit says, please share examples of why Hornatius is the worst poster. I mean, it's just self-evident. Please share your favorite bunker post ever. Maybe Dunmore neighborhood. Thoughts on ND, Notre Dame, joining the SEC. Sorry if it discussed. Take shot, Commodore. Damn, you're needy. What is all that? That's like a laundry list, bro. Here you go, Chip. I'm pouring Chip. Prick. It's my ass. Notorious, man, you're killing me, dude. You're really funny. I like your inside jokes. He says, well, Curtis Berry, spelled incorrectly. Close, though. Ever live in Pike Road? I don't think so, because he goes to he's a Thunderbird. He's a Park Crossing Thunderbird. So why would he live in Pike Road? What do you think this is, Prattville? All right, let's work our way through the grocery list that Big Chat Biscuit gave us. Big Man Biscuit. Share examples of why Hornatius is the worst poster. He shits on Minor constantly. He always tries to be super witty when he's only halfway witty. He drives a Treep, okay? And he had to ask his wife permission to buy the fucking Treep, okay? He's a grown-ass man. This is not a 20-year-old. This is not a 30-year-old. This is not a 40-year-old. This is a grown-ass man who should be able to go out and buy whatever Jeep he wants. I don't know why he would do that. That's his problem. Notorious, you're blowing my brain here. He notes that Curtis Perry transferred to Pike Road today. Both Denton and I live in the district of the Thunderbirds. We live mere yards. I don't know how many, 300 yards maybe? 500 yards? From Park Crossing High School. And now Curtis Perry has moved to Pike Road School. I'm devastated. Corey Dubs says facts or nah. Wait a minute, wrong show. Hat tip, of course, to our friends on the War Report. We love those guys. Jay, also, you guys don't. Well, you guys should know this. Corey knows this. A lot of you do know it, but we support the War Report. We are partnered with them for the Wednesday night show, and I think Christian's going to be on with them either this. Look at this. A good intern would have known that. Thanks, Notorious. That was really nice of you. And thank you, Chip. Thought JGT lived in Midtown. I was in Midtown the other day. I know that because it said Midtown. That's where the El Rey Burrito Bar is. I don't even know what the hell I was talking about, bro. Corey. Yeah, we're partnering with the guys at the War Report. We love them. Wait a minute, wrong show. JG, does the basketball team free throw percentage reach 80% this season? No. That would be very unusual if they hit that high. I think it'll be fine, but no, 80% is pretty high. All right, let's get back to Biscuit here. We got work to do. We already gone through Hornatius. He sucks. Please share your favorite bunker post ever. I better not answer that. Just in case somebody from Apollo or Eric Winter or somebody like that is watching the show. But I'm going to tell you, there was a post that Jay Lee made in 2012 that made me hyperventilate and cry so hard that my face burned for like 2 days. No shit. I'm just going to say. Before I realized that he is going to get in trouble for it. Notorious, I'm disappointed that you would shit on me like that after I just gave you praise, but whatever. That's fine. I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. Pocket Watch says, I sincerely hope the Why Hornatius is the worst poster ever segment becomes a regular brain drain segment. He sucks. We know this. He's a cuck. This is known. CJ Ellis says, Wednesday Night War Room. Is that what it's called? On TWR is legit. Hey, if you want to know my opinion, everything on TWR is legit. I mean, I love Mike G. I love Ike. Caesar's a really good point guard for the show. B. Will's kind of like the technology guy. I think it's great. Those guys are absolute studs. D. Lucky says it's like 3 war rooms out there now. Yeah, Jay Lee is calling his shit the war room over there. Yeah. War Eagle 0008, who knows his basketball, says the free throw percentage get to 70. That's the number. Absolutely agree. I think they shoot 75.2%. Book them, Dano. Love the Cat says, dude, I started the SGT Major thread. He's talking about the Sergeant Major Robbie thread. That was the one I was maybe referencing earlier. It's pretty funny. CJ Ellis says the commit 5-star DE Byron Cowart thread was the best because that was an absolute roller coaster. Because remember, he like didn't sign when he said he was going to sign and blah, blah, blah. Look at that. Canoe Man says, you sponsor that? No, I didn't say I sponsored it. Oh, wait, I do. That specific show and had no idea the name. I've been on the show, bro. I know what it is. Mayor Mixalot says, he called him a cuck. I am deceased. Notorious MGM says, no nepotism policy at Auburn Sports. Are you kidding me? What does that mean? When you shake your head, does that mean you don't know? Are you my nephew? Well, I thought you were supposed to say you're only here because you don't get fined. We're glad to have you though, Dent. Seriously, guys, has Dent done a great job tonight? If those of you who are not on Twitter, you should be. He's been our social media maven tonight. What an absolute legend. I love the guy. Horton, I love the cat says, take a shot, nerd, with a super chat. Hey, first of all, you're a nerd. Hey, guess what? I'm going to tell something. Denton knows the truth about this. When I bought my last car, which was I'm not afraid to say it, a Hyundai Sonata. I didn't have to ask permission. Uh-oh. I just got a second warning, Denton. It says, that's all, folks. Hey, now. I didn't have to ask permission. He's like, hey, man, is there any bourbon in that glass? The last time you did this, I didn't wake up until like 11 o'clock the next morning. Notorious MGM says Denton was average at best. Chip says, who's Denton? You can see there on the intern cam, Denton. There he is. My main man. I've known him since he was a baby. He ain't a baby now. Look at that. Look at that guy's a winner, man. Wow. All right, we're going back. Stephen L says he did not ask his wife, damn it. Are you talking about me? Because I can promise you I didn't. I went out and bought whatever hell car I wanted. And I hope administrative assistant didn't come on here and correct me. Because if she did, she'd probably be right. I don't know. Blake says, administrative assistant going to put you in the doghouse again, JGT. Yeah, maybe that's my goal. I don't know. You never know, bro. Look at Taylor J. Says, hashtag Denton is legend. Look at that, Denton. You got a couple fans now. Only the one. Oh, it's just the one? Do you know him? Just the one. Yeah. Taylor says, oh, just the one. Don't tell Bridget. It says, let Denton run the show when you leave. What? What? Yes. Yeah, Stephen L says you didn't ask your wife. Hell no, I didn't. Of course I didn't. I went over there and bought the damn car. I don't need my wife's approval. Some people do. Love the Cats does. Dan, this is pretty harsh right here. I'm gonna be honest with you. Have you seen this comment from Notorious MGM?
Yeah.
What's your reaction on that?
He is not very bright in general, from what I've seen.
He's Notorious. He's not a fan. Notorious says guy couldn't pull wool at a sheep ranch.
Bit of a hypocrite there.
Oh, he says you're a bit of a hypocrite, Notorious. Good golly, Miss Molly. War Eagle 0008 says, Jay, what's the best spot in the Caribbean? The answer is Dominican Republic. Excellence, Punta Cana. That's where I would go. Hell yeah, that's where I would go. I went to Excellence El Carmen in June, and I had a good time. Look at that canoe man jumping in. What's up, bro? 1 a.m. beaches. Not going to make it to 1 a.m. I promise you that, but I still love you. You're the man. Ed D's probably asleep now, but I'm going to give him one of those. Corey Deb says, road game brain drain at Tipping Point JG. Interesting. I've thought about that. We've been talking to Justin about it. Justin, of course, is the main man at Tipping Point. I love Tipping Point. I spend a lot of time at Tipping Point. Denton's parents, who I love very much, are Tipping Point regulars. Lots of cool people, including them and me, go to Tipping Point a lot. Justin runs the Tipping Point. If you go out there, Justin's my main man. Slap him an extra 5 if you're out there. Seriously, the guy deserves it. I would love to do a road game, brain drain at Tipping Point. I think we can do it, bro. I think we can. I do. I'm hoping that we can pull that off. And we would definitely have Corey and Nick S. Nick S. got married tonight. Nick S. has been on the show a bunch of times with Super Chats. He got married tonight to his gal, Valerie. And we are absolutely fired up about that. What a legend. Both of them, they're going to have a great, like, years of union and partying. They're going to have fun. Stoked about that. Mayor Mix-a-Lot says I'd make an away drain at Tipping Point. Mayor, come on, bro. We're going to make this happen. Dude, I'm right now, I'm saying we're going to make it happen. We just got to make sure we have a line that is connected the way that we make sure we stay connected to the internet. The way we don't want to have that 9 break-off deal. And D-Lucky knows what I'm talking about. Canoe Man knows what I'm talking about. Pocket Watch knows what I'm talking about. AU Taxi, you're still here. Chip. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. The show we dropped 9 times. I don't want to do that again. I don't even know what you're talking about, Love the Cats. You hired a Barflies kid? What? Denton's? No. Wrong guy. Brighter Redneck Idea says, who wears the collar in your household? Jeez Louise. Me! Notorious says, you need one of those mobile trailers to do the brain drain outside the stadium after games. Shit, that's not a bad idea, bro. We'll get one of those mobile trailers that has like 55 lines coming out of it. You know, like they do for CBS and shit. That'd be cool. Mobile Alum 1991 says, hey now, we bunkers in L.A. I love when you call it L.A., Lower Alabama. Want you to come down to a brain drain here? Hell yeah. You know, I love Mobile. I'm sending my girl down there here tomorrow. In fact, she's going down there for Rush. In the unlikely event that there are some freshmen to be at South Alabama watching this show, which there are not, but if there are, you need to pledge Chi Omega because Chi O is the baddest, most awesome sorority in all the world. It's technically a fraternity because one of their founding members was Dr. Richardson, who was a man, but whatever. It's the greatest sorority with great people, great girls. You get achievement academically. You guys are going to have fun, no doubt about that. And, of course, Maddie Tate, who's the coolest member ever in the history of Chi Omega, short of Courtney Tate. You can hang out with her, too. So the Chi Omegas, if you're thinking about rushing, don't worry about Phi Mu. Don't worry about KD. Don't worry about that other sorority. I don't remember them. They're the nerds. Chi Omega. X in the horseshoe. Cardinal in the straw. You know what to do. Chi Omega. That's not hazing. We're good. I've been hazed before. That ain't hazing. Notorious MGM asks about Landon King. Oh, no. Landon King. I love me some Landon King now. Catches this year. Golly. Over-under would be 10 for him. I'm going up on that. I think Landon King's going to be insane. He's technically a tight end, but he can play slot receiver too. I think he can catch. I think he's athletic as can be. I think he's got what it takes to get in there and get about, let's call it 15 catches. Sam H says, you mean Cattle Delta and Phi Mu? That's not very nice. All I'm saying is that Chi O is number one. That's all. I mean, that's it. Let's see, War Eagle 0008. Man, you've been with us all night. I'm so glad to have you here the whole night. Best thing about this site is the community. Away Drain Live is a blast. Have you been to one? Great idea. I hope it's executed. Well, shit, that's all we need to hear, yo. Administrative assistant will make this happen. I'm proud. Her and Justin, they'll get shit done. They're both get shit done people. Your boy, I'm not as good, maybe. Alan Crook shows up 3 hours and 39 minutes into this show. Seriously. What's up, Alan? It's great to have you, bro. I'm glad you're out there banging, getting it done. I learned a new verb this week, piping. You ever heard the phrase piping? You ever heard that? Attaboy. That's what I'm talking about. Mobile alum says, what is our basketball team ceiling? Do we win SEC? Basketball team ceiling is winning the SEC, absolutely, and also winning your heart. If they stay, if 11 players stay healthy for most or all of the year, they're going to absolutely kick some ass. Administrative assistant has now sent the third warning. She says, let's wrap this one up with Ross Matthews. I don't know what that means, but I love Ross. He's funny. Seriously? All right. It's been an incredible night, guys. Corey Debs is laying piping. Do you think that's what piping means?
No, not in that context.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking it meant. That's cool. Sam H says, I hear you're a professional pipe layer, Jay. I don't know about professional. Notorious MGM says, put Josh Moon on G-Pits. Dude, that would kill the crowd. I promise you that. He's very liberal and people would get upset. Pocket Watch says, does she send a fourth warning? I don't know if I want to see the fourth warning, guys. Denton knows. He has dealt with Miss Courtney as a schoolmarm officially before, and he doesn't like it very much. He's got 20 on my wife. Listen, I got 20 on my wife. We get down to it. She's got the field hockey stick downstairs, and she will knock me the fuck out. Let's see. Blackbird says, I'm checking out. Eyes are getting heavy after doing nothing all day. Hornation. First of all, Blackbird, appreciate you, bro. You've been here. You've been unbelievable. CJ Ellis says, shout out to the fourth intern at Auburn Sports since I've been here. I don't know how long you've been here, CJ, but, bro, we had Allie, we had Jorge, we had my main man, forgot his name. We had a dude named Lance. We had Nate. We had Christian. We're going to have new dudes starting Monday or Tuesday. Coleman. Coleman was the guy I forgot. I don't know. Everybody wants to see the gals we would poke, so we're going to pull them up here. These are our three. Oh, my gosh. I don't remember her. We got Jill Arrington here in the hot pink, the fuchsia. She's extremely hot. Hottest girl I ever saw in my life in person. She's insane. Believe me when I tell you that that's true. This girl, I think, does golf commentary. She's extremely hot. And this girl on the right, presumably does golf commentary, and she's extremely hot. I don't know. Den, do you have any girls that you would like to see on here? Wait, hold on. Who are you talking about?
I don't really understand this, but he was one of the main actresses in Suicide Squad.
Okay, I'll look it up. What's her last name?
Melchior, I believe. M-E-L-C-H-I-O-R.
Oh. Melchior?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a look. There's not many pictures on here, honestly. That surprises me. Oh, there's that one though. We'll take a look. Denton, I don't know as though Denton's necessarily standing behind this one, but he's offering this up to the peoples. Yeah, I think the Bunker would be fine with her. And you say she's a Suicide Squad member? Thoughts on the girl here? It looks like initial reports are wow and holy moly. Yeah, okay. Sam H wants to know, 10 does Alexis Texas not count? I don't know. I don't know if you guys have been watching White Lotus on HBO, but Alexandra Daddario? Yeah. She's extremely sexy. I don't know if you guys have noticed her on the show. You should have. Oh, so you're agreeing with me? Attaboy. That's what I'm talking about. Anonymous X says, I would so do her taxes. CJ Ellis says, just copy and paste from the Redheads thread. Look, man, I mean, if you guys are into Redheads, that's cool. I'm not hating, but geez, you guys get a little crazy about that. I don't know that chick. Oh, that's the chick from Big Brother that I thought was so hot. My mom was watching Big Brother of all people. I was like, who the fuck is that chick? And she's like, her name's Christmas. And I was like, but she's hot. It's a dumb name, though. Oh, my. I bet these are people that Hornatius came up with. Don't know. Is that Chris Budden? Who is that? I should know that. Canoe Man says that girl earlier was a smoke show. Yeah, it's Chris Budden, but she doesn't look normal to me. Oh, man. We're going through all these girls. Oh, hi. How are you? There's Belinda Carlisle. Oh, my goodness. Lisa Booth. We got a special space. I think Ruxpin got us on this one, bro. I think Ruxpin picked up this one for us. Lisa Booth, who shows up on Outnumbered. That's where I normally see her on Fox News, but whatever. Wait a minute. Jay says, listen to this, Denton. Tell me what you think about this. Red on the head, fire in the hole. Is that a reference to like firemen, or is that a reference to like a fire, or like a roller coaster maybe?
I think you know what it means.
It's just it's for anyone's interpretation. I don't know. It's crazy.
Let's call it up for interpretation.
Canoe Man says was talking about Alexandra Daddario. I think I thought I had her up here, but I don't see it right now. She's insane, like absolutely insane. I just don't see how. I'm just not sure. This is just my opinion, but I just don't see how girls get hotter than Alexandra Daddario. I mean, no disrespect on people that maybe aren't into her or whatever. I got to get this picture. It's gonna take me a second here, but do you know who that is, Denton?
Alexandra Daddario?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was in Baywatch and the awful Percy Jackson movies.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She was like the lone bright spot in those.
She's on a new show on HBO called White Lotus, which apparently you're not watching, but that's cool. Here's Alexandra Daddario. She's insane. Like, I'm serious. Like, Canoe Man's with me on this. I mean, she's got these weird eyes that are like going to just steal your soul, I'm telling you. CJ Ellis says she's smoking. Canoe Man says everything about Alexandria is insane. If you guys have been watching White Lotus, you guys know what I'm talking about, because she shows up in some she's in kind of a weird relationship in that movie, but she shows up in some bathing suits that would just absolutely melt your brain. Like, if you saw a girl like that in real life, you would shart yourself, like, right away, like, instantly. Darkside says, I never thought I'd be on an Auburn chat talking about Alex Daddario. Well, guess what, bro? This is not your average Auburn chat. That's the thing. CJ Ellis says 7. Seven out of 5? What are you talking about, bro? Are you insane? Notorious MGM says the eyes freak me out. What's wrong with the eyes, man? Oh, look at you. Corey says, got any pictures of Sloan from Entourage? I don't, but guess what? The internet does. Is that yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. Emmanuel. Yep. She was E's girl, right? Let me try to find an appropriate picture of her. I mean, they're all appropriate. I'm just trying to find one that would accentuate what you're talking about, Corey. Yeah, so on the shows, that's E's girl, and she is extremely sexy. Yeah, I think this would get it. Oh, damn, they're trying to do that bull. They kind of make it hard on you to kind of pull pictures now. It's harder than it used to be. I don't know. I'm having a hard time. But you're absolutely onto something there, Corey. Absolutely. I just don't have. Oh, here we go. We got it now. Sorry, guys. Sometimes it takes me a minute to just pull this stuff from the internet. Oh, let me knock out Daddario. Yeah, so I mean, she's super hot. If you guys were in, if you watched Entourage back in the day, that was E's girl, super hot. Looks like Blake R is on board with that. Emmanuel Chikiri, I believe is her name. I love that. Apparently, it's your first drain. That's how we finish drains, Dark Side. Canoe Man says Sloan. Emmanuel Chikiri is insanely hot. Jace is so hot. I'm not going to disagree. I'm not into that kind of girl, but I mean, I just don't like short and petite. That's not really my shit. But that's cool if you guys are into that. I mean, I'm not. She's cute, no doubt about it. I'm not hating at all. Dan, your thoughts?
Probably aged since that pick, though.
What'd you say?
Probably aged since that pick.
You think she's aged since that pick?
I'm guessing. I don't know when it was taken.
Well, she probably has, no doubt. I mean, she's definitely at least a day older since that picture was taken. Absolutely. All right, well, guys, I feel like we've come off full circle. I mean, we've done a lot tonight. We've been on the air for almost 4 hours. We did. I mean, what in the world? Darkside says I just joined, and yes, Emmanuel has been a baddie for years. You're absolutely right about that, bro. You might be late to the show, but you're not wrong. Okay, you're definitely not wrong. We talked about a lot of stuff tonight. Sterling says, first of all, Call Me Biscuit jumping in again. What an absolute legend. For the intern at Love the Cats, call or raise. Wow. He's trying to get in one of those deals with Hornatius, which I don't think is going to happen. Sterling says, Jay, you've got to do more to advertise the brain drain. I had some virgins lined up for the next one. Excuse me? I don't know. Roadrunner says, no reason to watch White Lotus. Just watch True Detective Season 1. I have some memories of that. I do, yeah. I have some memories of that. It was just back when I was thinking about the cinematography, though. I mean, I was in it for the cinematography, bro. So anyway, we talked about camp. We talked to B-Matt. We talked to Christian. We talked to Stoltzy. We had the line open, but nobody called. I am suspicious about that. I know Easy Money tried to call us. I don't really know what the deal is there. Maybe I can only call out or something. I don't know. Hornatius jumps in with another super chat, which I technically is, I guess, raising what Call Me Biscuit was talking about earlier for the intern. Want to kick some green out for the intern. Ryan D says Shakira, who is very sexy and also very rich, has been my girlfriend since I was 17. Gerard Piqué would wonder about that a little bit. Darkside is a fan of Christina Hendricks, who I do not know. I will take a quick look here just because I feel like I owe it to you. Oh, a redhead. She's a redhead. Her pictures are not. Huh? What'd you say? Oh, thank you for that heads up. I got to get back to the pictures on that. I didn't see anything that really jumped out to me. We also got a super chat coming through. Oh my goodness gracious! From another one of our absolute titans, both on the bunker and the brain drain, Warwick. $20 with just a kiss me. Well, just a kiss emoji. What an absolute legend, man. Does this guy know how to party or what? First of all, my man has great hair right there. Are you? Do you like Shakira?
Definitely.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were like actually officially on board with that. The Dark Side, Christina Hendricks looks pretty. I'm going to have to do a little bit more investigation on that. She looks kind of like a homegirl from Zero Dark 30, but a little thicker, which is good. That's an improvement. Let's see what we got with Shakira. Again, this is Gerard Piqué's girl. Yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time like paying attention to this gal. Not sure how I feel about that. I'm not saying she's gross or anything. She's not. She's not at all. But I mean, is she? Oh, stop this! God, there's so many like. I mean, she's hot. I'm trying to find a good picture for you guys on Shakira. We'll have to work on the next time, I think. We need to find the right picture of Shakira, I think. Too many pictures with Gerard Denton. I mean, he's a pretty handsome man, and he's also like a multimillionaire. Well, he's a former Manchester United guy, so of course you know that, right? Let's see. Did I miss something here? Let's see. I saw the dark side says JG looks at Love the Cats comment LOL. What did Love the Cat say? He usually calls me back. Ample boobies. You talking about Christina Hendricks? Yes. No problem there. Cookie Man says she's from Mad Men. That's part of the problem. My wife was fanatical about that show, but I didn't watch it. Corey apparently is out. Says, love the show, Jay. Take care, everyone. Be good, Blake. Corey, you're an absolute legend. I hope you're still watching, bro. We love you, bro. Oh, JG messed up his video feed there. Oops, my bad. Sorry about that, fellas. All right, we're good now. Sort of. We'll leave it there. Yikes. Shane says, Shakira, very honest hips. Hips don't lie. War Eagle 0008 says, Jay, thoughts on Isla Fisher? Thumbs up. Absolutely. If you're into redheads, and she's a very small girl, though. She's very small. JP reminds me that this is Zach Morris for Warwick. Just a little bit after my time, but it's all good anyway. Uh-oh, I've got a... Oh, my word. What are you doing right there? Just got a text from one of my trusted advisors here with an Alexander Daddario image. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness. I better not share that one on the show. Darkside says, JG, what you sipping? So earlier I was sipping this Bardstown Bourbon Company Prisoner distillery collection, and I wrapped that up probably 2 hours ago. And here lately I've been drinking this Old Bardstown Bottled in Bond. It's tasty if you could find it. It's not really available in Montgomery, but if you're in Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, I don't know about Mississippi, you can find this, and it's great for about $23. Call Me Biscuit jumps in again. This guy is insane. What a legend. He says, Call Me Biscuit says, raise at Love the Cats. He's going on an intern run. He's trying to raise money for Denton to do with what? I don't know what to do. But, Denton, what would you do with your Super Chat money?
I don't know yet. Probably save it for gas.
You would just save it for gas, right? Yeah?
Need gas money.
You need gas money to fuel your Ford Escape,
Yep.
which is a car that, if used properly, could certainly help you do whatever you were trying to do, right? I wouldn't go in there, and your mom's watching the show, but yes, that's exactly what I would say. Lave hype. This right here, this is the end of the bottle, by the way. We have finished it off. I hope Chauncey's not watching because Chauncey would punch me in the face for this. I met Chauncey at football games before. Last one right here. This goes for all of our super chatters who are absolute legends. There's so many of you guys. Let's see if we can get a proper list here. I hope that YouTube has done a better job this week, and they have not. You suckers, man. They only show me like the last few. It makes me angry. Which would include Call Me Biscuit, Hornatius, Warwick. Makes me angry. Well, I'll do that. I always give you guys shout-outs on the rundown, though, because you guys are absolute legends. Look at this. Another super chat coming through from Hornatius. Drops a 15 down. Corey says this show is full of legends. To be honest, though, I mean, seriously, like a lot of the people who post in this show are legends. Like, I mean, I'm not joking, Corey. Like seriously, you're a legend. War Eagle 0008. I don't know if he's a bunker legend, but he's definitely a brain drain legend. Hornatius is both. Canoe Man is both. Biscuit is both. I mean, are we being real about it? Warwick is awesome. He's a great bunker poster. 10-0? What? Just jumped in. I don't know what y'all are talking about, but do we think we stick mostly to the ground game against Akron, or we try to really experiment with the playbook? Your thoughts? Sorry, 10-0. I didn't see that earlier, bro. The answer is I think they go definitely conservative in the Akron game and the ASU game, and then they go Penn State is when you see some real shit go down. Super chat coming through from Corey Dub. Man, I thought you were gone, bro, but I'm glad you're still here. $10 jumps in. Wow. Unbelievable. Thank you, bro. Can't wait to see you, man. You know what to do. Throw up the bat signal. We have just hit the 4 hours and 1 minute mark on this show. It's unbelievable. Hornatius says, I tap. All right, that's cool, man. You've been super, super supportive tonight, bro. All you guys have. All right, guys, look. My old Bardstown is gone. There ain't nothing left. I drank it all. It's dead. We do have some prisoner left, but I don't want to drink this all tonight because then my wife will punch me in the face. Wait, hold on. I'm not a cuck. I won't do that. I just don't want to drink it all tonight. Uh-oh. Now, check this out. This is the fourth one. We've got a chat in here from Courtney Tate. I don't know if you guys know who that is. She says, time to go. Denton? Thoughts?
Definitely.
He definitely thinks it's time to go now. Cass DL says, JGT, did you break the seal on that Bardstown at the beginning of the show? No, I did not. We broke the seal maybe a month ago. Maybe it would have been 2 months ago with Denton's parents. Yeah. So, Canoe Man says, great to have the brain drain back. Love to have that. Notorious MGM says, does $10 buy an extra hour? Bro, we're 4 hours in. Like, come on, man. No, it does not. Courtney Tate is on this, and she's telling me it's time to go. So it's probably time to go for real. So, anyway, we talked about a bunch of shit tonight. We did drop a defensive depth chart. If you guys missed that, the replay will be available on YouTube in like an hour, and you'll be able to see that. And we also talked about a bunch of other stuff, including lots of great super chats, lots of great questions about basketball, football. Also, the football player in Oklahoma, his mom being like my crush at summer camp, which is really weird because I know like 2 people in the state of Oklahoma, and now one of them's mom, and then one of them's the kid. It's really, really weird. I still don't. Like statistically speaking, that can't happen. I mean, it just could. It's like a comet hitting you. But it happens. Ryan D says, good night, guys. When is next? Next show is going to be Saturday, August 13th, 14th. Thank you, Denton. At approximately 7 p.m. Central Time. Okay? That's when we're going to go. And at that point, well, I will try to have an offensive depth chart for you guys. We'll also be talking about the week that was in Auburn football and basketball if there's something going on there. Until then, guys, it's been awesome. Thank you to all of our super chatters, to all of our chatters, to all of our viewers. Love you guys. Please make responsible decisions out there tonight and every night because you guys are absolute beasts. And that's what beasts do. They make great decisions, guys. Till we see you again. Keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Peace.